Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome,
Hello.
welcome.
Hello,
Oh
hello,
no, I
hello.
can hear
Welcome,
myself.
welcome.
And
Hello,
it's
hello,
gonna be
hello. I can
endless,
hear
isn't it?
myself.
And
Hello.
let's close that. Whew. Boy, it's been a while. And I'm a little bit rusty at this. Hey, Drogos and cats. Welcome on in. Thank you for stopping by. Um, yeah, so I've been off for a while, along with Brian, who's trying to coordinate a stream with him would be just crazy right now. But yeah, thought I'd turn on the stream machine as I'm kind of getting back into Wurm, and I've been. There was a couple of times where I was like, okay, I'm going to stream today, but then I didn't. Um, but yeah, here I am, and I thought I'd share a little bit of what I've been doing lately, recently in Wurm, because I did take quite a bit of a break. I kind of came back, but then took a break again. I almost felt like when I came back wasn't the right time. And I'm not sure whether or not this is the right time either. I'm definitely playing a lot, but in terms of streaming, I'm not sure. But I thought I'd turn it on, see how it feels. Um, Boy, this morning was just trying to work out all the kinks. Was It's kind of weird how you stop streaming for a bit and then you come back and everything that you had set up before is not quite working anymore. Not sure what it is, but yeah, here I am. I'm gonna start with just some farming because the crops need tending to. So I'm gonna eat some pizza. Make sure I have some leftover room for more pizza later. Hey, Retro Fayran, tell me about it. I know you know exactly how it goes. Um, I'm gonna leave Griffith on just for a little bit. Actually, you know what? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do what I need to do right now. I'm gonna transfer over some sleep sleep powder. I probably only need a couple because, as you can see, I am quite low on sleep powder, and I would like to do a little bit of channel grinding, and also I need to use some sleep bonus for the farming. So let's make sure that my rake is repaired. I don't generally remember to repair my stuff, but I'm remembering now simply because I recently lost a 92 Circle of Cunning pickaxe because I forgot to repair it. And that hurt. Am I still happy with the computer? I'm totally happy with the computer. Yeah, like, there's nothing to complain about. I mean, in terms of like the whole setup, it was what the issue was the. Actually, I'm not even sure. It's like some of the applications were conflicting with one another, and it might have something to do with the fact that I recently got um, a VR headset, and so the computer is trying to draw like some. I don't even know what was going on. Like my mouse stopped working for a little bit. It was like the applications weren't working, so I updated OBS. That didn't fix it. I updated my graphics card drivers. That didn't fix it. I updated the um, NVIDIA broadcast software. And I was still getting problems. So what I did was I just got rid of Snapchat. Snapchat, so we don't have the Snapchat filters. And then now I'm just putting my webcam directly into the NVIDIA broadcast and then taking that into OBS. And that seemed to clear up most of the issues. I had to disable. I also disabled all the other devices. Let's just make sure I'm ready to go here. Okay, I think I'm good. So you're sitting in your corner working. Oh yeah, it's a work day. Feyran here has a new job. And so he's going to be working, you know, at least not on the weekends. That's a good thing. And maybe, just maybe, if Feyran gets settled into his new job, um, he'll have a little bit more time to play some Wurm. Oh yeah, and definitely he deserves a big congrats because it's yeah, much better job. That's for sure. For the longest time, he was stuck in a job that was just not too demanding and not fulfilling enough. Let's put it that way. And I think he snagged up his dream job. So that's really lucky for him. He deserves a big congratulations. But as with all new jobs, comes lots of responsibility and lots of learning, and so he's going to be busy for a while. But hopefully, once things, ease off and he settles in and gets used to all the responsibilities, he'll be back. So today, I think, is just going to be like a chill, relaxed stream with nothing. I don't have anything planned. I'm just gotten, my priest to a place where I'm ready to start a big channel grind. And I have a bunch of gems to work on. I think I'll keep Griffith on because maybe he'll make some ropes while I'm doing the channel grinding. But definitely got to tend to the fields first. And another thing I wanted to do is look through the forums at some of the things that have been going on because I've been off for a while and there's been a lot of stuff going on. I assume I followed all the nice updates. Lots of cool stuff since you last streamed. Yeah, I've been following with what's been going on. Is my mic clipping? I feel like it might be clipping. Let me just turn down the gain here. You guys let me know if it's like crackling or if I'm too quiet, one or the other. I think that's a bit better. Turn it back up a little bit. Yeah, so the updates. I've been following a lot. I mean, I still read the forums almost every day. And I thought I'd, share what I've been seeing lately. And I've also been, following other people's streams and what they've been saying. Okay, good. Some fun stuff, hopefully. I mean, just like as an introduction to the whole, my thoughts on it is that I must say, like, the update didn't really affect my style of play at all. So I don't see any difference in terms of my gameplay, and that the only real impact that it had on me that I can notice is that my cart goes slower. But that's about it. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll notice some more things as time goes on. But I've been playing for about a week pretty solidly now. And I haven't really noticed too much in terms of how I play. So I've been mostly mining Um, and I've been imping stuff for skill gain. I got my fine carpentry up a little bit. I got my pottery up a little bit. What else did I do? Um, I got I did a little bit of blacksmithing. Um, and then on my priest, I was praying a lot and casting a bit, farming a lot. I've been farming every day. So yeah, those are my regular things, I'd say. I feel like I'm missing one thing that I did. Oh yeah, I improved my jewel smithing. So I did a bunch of smithing. I said mining. I did a lot of mining. A lot of mining. Um, so yeah. So Drogos, you're saying they improved AH so much. Even I started to like it now. Got myself a few sheep and stuff. Oh, okay, cool. It might encourage me to get into some more AH stuff. Like, for example, I am feeling the need for some cheese making animals so that I can keep the cheese supply going for my pizza making. So that's another thing I was doing is hot food cooking, restocking the larder, did a bunch of that stuff. So Feyran, you're saying all the people that do AH need to learn and play with the new system. Then you'll get more impacted by it. It will take at least a few months, you would think. It's possible. I mean, like maybe I get to the point where I own a bunch of sheep that produce more milk, for example, if cheese making is something that I'm going for here. Um, and maybe it might encourage us to start a leather farm as well, because leather has been something that we've been struggling trying to get high quality, lots of high quality leather. So maybe this is the time to get, once we have, let's say, some animals that have that trait that produce. I'm not actually even sure of all the traits, but I know that there's some that deal with producing either, I think it's more leather or better leather or more milk or better. I don't even know. Did they fix the milk? Like, milk always used to come out at the same quality. It was 100 quality always. And you always got 1 kilogram. So I don't know if they adjusted that to make it so that you can get more milk per action, or if there's like now an actual quality associated with your skill. I don't know any of that yet. That was my hope. That was my hope. Like that they adjusted how like things work that way. Like in terms of butchering and getting materials. Like if they made it so that each animal can produce, I don't even know. Milk always bothered me in that way. One of the things you're pretty happy about is the little quality of life improvements. Okay, such as what quality of life improvements did they add? Oh, okay. Right, right. Like being able to see if you're about to inbreed, which was badly needed for many years. Totally. I mean, there's a lot of things that Worm Assistant does, like that a lot of people rely on now. But if they can bring some of those features into the actual game, that's nice. Ah, yes, equip and unquip. I know that unequip was 1 click now. How do you equip with 1 click? Like, let's say I have a bunch of gear in my inventory and I want to. Can I just drag it over to the horse now? Or is it just unequip? Okay, it can simply drag onto the horse. Okay, got it. Okay, that's nice. I do like that. I did notice the unequip, and I thought that's kind of nice. Dragging all the equipment into the slots was kind of annoying. I really do wish that they addressed the UI at some point. I mean, like they did a UI update, but they honestly didn't really change much about the UI. But like the UI for equipping a horse before, I know that adding the drag is a nice like quality of life improvement, but like it's almost like they need one of these things for the horse, a paper doll or whatever they call it, an inventory system. Like replace all of those windows that are just super old school type windows, like Windows 3.1 style. As for Worm Assistant, I'm assuming that one of the main reasons Granger was made was because people were forced to keep track of the parents, so they didn't inbreed. So essentially serving as being, yeah, totally. I mean, I always used to do it. I never used Granger, and I did a little bit of breeding on, you know, tunes from the old servers. I never used Granger, so I would always have to manually check. I'd have to read the names of the parents and then double check that they're not the same. But like what I was talking about with in terms of the UI, like you look at the equipment of the horse, and this is the window you get, which is not what one might expect if you're, let's say, new to this game. When you're looking at the equipment of the horse, you might expect to see a paper doll or something like that, or at least a place where there's slots to put equipment into, like a saddle. And then you open up these pluses, and you're like, okay, there's just more of these boxes with more of these slots, and you're like, and then for some odd reason, the forelegs have an extra nested inventory system. Like, why? Like there's obviously they wanted the legs to have something, but I don't know. This just doesn't seem natural, or you don't see this in any other game. So people aren't really used to how that works. And it's just a remnant of the old way that, like the original way the inventory system was built, and it was never improved upon. Same with the inventory system. It's just, I always thought that Skyrim had an inventory system that would work really well in Wurm. And then there's mods in Skyrim that make it much improvement on it, and it just seems like it would be a nice modern spin on the inventory system. And when they announced that they were going to do a UI update, like in my mind, I'm thinking like, wow, they're going to like address everything. They're going to make everything look really nice. Then when we got the UI update, it just felt like a reskin. There isn't much in the way of functionality difference between the previous UI and the new UI. It's Rolf logic. I mean, I totally understand the logic behind it. It's like it's using a system that I'm familiar with from other systems, like old Windows. Whoa, my stamina's gone. Hey, Bear G, how's it going? Yeah, like old Windows used to have this like plus with the box inside of it to mean that it's an expandable nested. Like if you use computers back in the 90s, you'd be familiar with that system. The problem is that since the 90s, software engineers have figured out that there's better ways to represent the same exact thing here. And it's like totally understandable that a young independent coder who's making a game would use a system that's in place in, big programs like Windows to organize their system. But what I would expect is that as the software grows, and especially when the team says, okay, UI is the thing that we're going to focus on improving right now, like that's like our big thing. I'm going to make a new UI for this whole game, that they wouldn't think that that system needs updating. I don't know. Another quality of life improvement: sheep now visibly display when they have wool available. Okay, yes, I saw that. That's kind of cool. I like that. It's a similar thing to how, like, when they added the fruits on the trees, like there's like a visual cue in the game that something's ready. I really like that. Right. Okay, so I missed Katsu saying that when the father or mother died, then you didn't get to see them anymore. Wait, because the father and mother still had an effect after the parents were dead. Oh, I didn't know that they had an effect. I thought that once the parents were dead, then the effect was gone. But that's interesting that they still inbreed. Oh, I need to turn off this. I'm just going to run over to the other farm and continue. They still had an effect, yeah. That's messed up. That's just messed up. And we will get to the channel grinding, I assure you. Just need to make sure that these tiles get tended to so that I can increase the yield, plus get some skill. I've been working on increasing my farming, which you can see now is at 85.6. And it goes up slowly just because I don't have too many tiles. And I'm not focused on planting the V crop that's optimal right now. I'm mostly planting crops to increase my food storage bin inventory. My goal there is to start making better and better foods, pizzas particularly. Yeah, Granger's need. Yeah, I can see that now. Once the parents are dead, and you have no way of knowing. All those years, I thought it didn't have an effect. I never really noticed because I would kill off the parents and breed the siblings, thinking it's all good now. The parents are gone. I never really noticed detrimental effects of that. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, was it that inbreeding just increased the chance that more negative traits would be there? Because maybe like you can inbreed two animals and still there wouldn't be a difference, or like you'd still get a nice horse out of that. Like, is there still a possibility, or is inbreeding like for sure you're gonna get a dud? I don't even know. Okay, that's a hell horse, not a hellhound. Bigger chance for bad traits, but doesn't guarantee bad ones. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna just pray for a second. Another thing you never knew, just an interesting little tidbit. Okay, okay. Interested, interested. That wild animals have always had a thing coded into them to make them cause negative traits when bred together. Interesting. Huh. That is interesting. I never knew that either. Although I mean, it almost felt like that always happened. That you would always get negative traits from, you know, but I didn't know that it was hard coded or that there was like a thing that actually made that. Yeah, I guess so. Discourage people from hoarding wild animals. Like I wonder, like are bred animals on a different sort of numerical count than the wild ones? So, for example, you can have a lot of bred animals, and that will not impact the spawning rate of the wild ones. Yeah, I know. Who even knew that exactly? Hey, Tipsy Troll. They should make humans be able to have babies in Worm. That could be interesting. I mean, now we're borderlining on like realism, real life. I wonder what would the purpose of the babies be? What would you do with them? Slave labor? Yeah. Yeah, they are NPCs that you can set to farm your fields and improve stuff for you and build that building for you. And you can just sit here and watch everything being done. I mean, what's interesting is that you can breed anything in this game that's an animal or an NPC. Like Antirg, who's an alliance mate, he was breeding trolls. He had found a couple champion trolls and was breeding champion troll babies. And it was kind of exciting at the time because we still hadn't figured out how to make sure that they didn't get out. He was keeping them in his cave. And so, you know, trying to keep trolls enclosed in a cave. Well, there was a few interesting things we learned about that. So they got out a few times, and just imagine a bunch of champion trolls just rampaging around. It's an NPC that produces nothing, consumes a lot, and you have to feed it every 4 hours or it dies. Yeah. The world's on fire. Yeah. Global warming. Yeah. The world is literally on fire. Canada has seen a bad. I'm not sure how bad it is in the States, but in Canada, the wildfires are just rampaging. It's a little bit concerning. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. So, actually, one thing I could do while I'm here is I've been wanting to get a replacement for my pickaxe that I destroyed. And I've been just enchanting these and waiting for a good cast. Oh, wait, that one already has 60. Ugh. I wonder if I should just dispel this. There we go. Just waiting for a lucky roll. And since my favor is full, I may as well just go for it. Nope. Shatter. Okay. I'll dispel this one. Let's see, do I have enough favor left? Yeah, I got enough for 2 dispels. And then a cast. Oh. Yes, the farm is sloped. Yeah. There's a reason for that. Well, there's multiple reasons actually why I sloped this farm. The first reason is because the natural land was sloped. I actually had to raise the land over here a little bit, but the land was actually sloped. It's like this over here. It's like this kind of slope. And secondly, when your farm tiles are sloped, it increases the difficulty. Oops. It increases the difficulty of the action. And that way you can farm lower quality, like lower tier crops and still get better skill gain. Yeah, it does. You can have the slope of the tile at most 8 from the top corner, like the highest corner to the lowest corner. Has to be at most 8. Or else you won't be able to farm on it. Or you won't be able to plant crops. It'll say it's too steep to plant crops. But I basically just leveled this so that it was perfectly 8 slope. Let's see. Yeah, 8 slope. Just in one direction. It didn't go diagonally. But you could go diagonally too, right? Like you can make that tile up in that top corner the highest, and then you can make this one down here the lowest, and make this corner and this corner here the middle. You could do it that way as well. Oops. As long as each tile, the top corner to the bottom corner, is at most 8. Then you can still plant on it, and it will increase the difficulty of the farming actions on it. Could you imagine what wildfires were a thing in Wurm? That would be bad. Yeah, that would be bad. What about rice? What is the regulation for growing rice? Like how far meet water and such? Actually, I'm not 100% sure on the requirement for rice, except for I'm pretty sure, if I had to guess, so I'd have to do some like research on that. But if I were to try a rice farm or a reed farm, for example, I'm pretty sure it would be fine so long as one of the corners of the tile is below the water level. And I'm sure that it can't be too far below the water level either. So if I were to like, if I were making a farm for rice or reed or something like that, what I would do is I would get a splotch of land that's really low, just above the water level, and then just lower corners every so often in such a way that maybe to get the 8 slope or something like that. So that some of the corners of each tile were below the water level, but not by far. Yeah, I'm not sure how far under. I've never done rice farms or reed farms, for example. Although I did collect a bunch of reed in order to make a reed farm. Just never got around to doing it. Rice is super touchy. It likes to be just right from what the bee found. I can imagine that that there's a rule a rule that it's checking against. I just don't know what it is. We could look it up. Let's look it up. This might be a good opportunity to use the new in-game Wikipedia. Is there a button for that? Here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Rice. Let's see how this works. Because, wait. I can't make this window bigger? Oh, here it is. Okay. Flow. Hold on, let's see. Nope. I want it to be wide enough to get the sidebar. But I also want to be able to see what I'm farming here. Okay. So rice. Rice requires a water depth of at least 1 and a maximum of 4. Okay, so that is pretty narrow. The drink option in the context menu will first appear when at least one corner of a tile is 1 dirt below the water. Okay, so that's how you can figure it out, right? So, get a flat area that's really close to water level. I wonder which cats, is that you killing horses? Wondering if you're you're in local for Griffith, who's still standing by the altar. Yeah, that's okay. Sowing is possible if at least one corner is within the acceptable zone. Yeah, and the standard farming sloped restrictions apply. Okay, which is what I just mentioned before, where you can't have a slope of one tile. Like one tile cannot have a difference of more than 8 slope between any two of its tiles. And then in addition to that, you need to have at least one of the corners of the tile to be 1 below the water level up to a maximum of 4. So that is finicky, but I can't imagine it's not too hard to attain if you kind of know what you're going for there. Yeah, it's an in-game feature. They added an in-game Wurmpedia browser. I wonder though, is it an actual browser? Like, oh no, you can't change. It's not like a full-on browser. It just accesses the Wurmpedia. But you can copy the URL. That's nice. That's a nice addition. Because at first I saw the URL bar and I thought maybe you can actually browse the internet. But not so. So same as crops, but at least one corner in the water is us. Yeah, exactly. And Pergy, you think -5 is the max you can dig with a shovel? I thought it was more than that. I thought it was something closer to 20. Wonder if I can find that information under dredging, maybe. I don't see anything here. Dig. And then, can I search this page? No. Is there? Oh, that's one downside to this is that you can't search the page for something, and this page probably has too much information. Does anybody know if you can search this for like a word, like Control F or something like that? Control F didn't work. Control F, Alt F. No. Can't search for a word in this page. I don't see anything about water. Warning messages. Water's too deep. Okay, here it is. When using... Oh no, that's concrete. Let me just queue up some farming actions here. Why are they talking about concreting when I'm on the digging? I just want the one where it's like the water's too deep to like dig any further. There is like a message for it's too deep now. You can't dig anymore. But the warning messages, most of them are about concrete. Digging further down, road would be too water's too deep to cultivate here. Occurs when trying to cultivate a tile in which the northwest corner is not 0 dirts or more above the water table. That is messed up. So this relates to the rice farming. If all 4 tiles are below the water, does that mean that it'll prevent you from cultivating? I don't know. That's a little bit messed up. Water's too deep or too shallow to dig using that tool. You can only dig 7 dirt below the water level with a shovel before you have to switch to a dredge. Okay, there it is. It's 7. Huh. For some reason, I thought it was deeper than that. Guess I was wrong. All right. Let's go back and start this channel grind. So today I'm going to be using gems. Mostly because gems don't use... Like, I won't need to use favor. I won't need to sacrifice my favor to do some channel grinding on gems. And even though they did nerf channel grinding with gems, it's actually still not so bad. It just... Now what ends up happening is that you use more gems per cast. So your gems won't go as far. But nonetheless, it still works pretty well. And gives you really nice big channeling ticks. And yeah, it's like definitely one of my preferred ways of channel grinding, specifically because it doesn't use up my favor that I've generated. Yeah, just randomly -7 because of Rolf. Exactly. Exactly. Though I do find that kind of thing adds a bit of charm to the game. Where everything's just random. Things don't line up with each other. But it means that the game is a little bit more intricate and complex. Obviously for no apparent reason other than somebody wanted it to be, but it does add an extra element that you don't see in other games that just adds an extra little bit of charm, I guess. It's kind of interesting. I remember back in the day you could order pizza straight from the game in EverQuest. You could? Really? Like there was a in-game browser. That's what you're saying. How come I don't remember that? Yeah, it's interesting. That is true. That if a game has an in-game browser, then you can be in the game and basically order anything to your house basically from there. Especially in this day and age, just go on to Amazon and order pretty much anything to your house from inside the video game. That'd be cool. All right, so another thing that I did since I logged back in was I finished off my prayer grind. I don't know if you can see that down there. Text is kind of small. But I got my prayer finally to 70. That was a big achievement. I think it was at 65. So I got 5 points of prayer over the course of a week and a bit. Slash pizza. It was hilarious. I think Blizzard riffed on it in one of April Fool's. And hi, Lucy. Welcome to the stream. That is hilarious. Slash pizza. Wonder what happens if I do that in this game. Pizza. Nope. Does not know that. All right, so let's get this going. So I do have some channeling pizza here that doesn't have too much damage on it, although it doesn't give too much per bite. Oh no, it actually gave me quite a bit per bite. Okay, that's I think I'm good. What did I get? 6 hours? 6 hours of affinity? Okay. I'm okay with that. And here's my circle of cunning water. I'll just drink from that for now. And let me just... Okay, I got a good amount of water there. I'm going to pray. My nutrition's at 94. I think that's good enough. You don't think it worked in Canada? So we never used it either. Yeah, I know. Literally makes it so you never... Well, I mean, I guess you have to get the door when the pizza delivery arrives. But yeah. Such an interesting thing to add to a game. All right, so let's take a look in here. I got a ton of gems from that prayer grind that I just did. Along with, I did a bunch of mining, so I got a couple gems there too. I'm going to start with the high quality ones, the ones that are above 10. And I might switch to the lower quality ones later. And I just noticed my favor just ticked above 50, so I'm going to give this one another shot. And I may as well, since I am starting this channeling grind, turn on my sleep bonus. And then I'm just going to grab, a bunch of, let's see, which one do I have most of? Sapphires. Did that use up? Yeah, good. Oh, vessel. Okay, whew. Okay, I did notice I have a keybind for my vessel. So I'm just going to hit that a couple times. There we go. All right, and now that I'm set, I can explain sort of what I'm doing here for those of you who don't know. At the very basic is I'm a priest, and so channeling is a skill that I need in order to cast my spells. The higher my channeling is, the better the results of the cast will be. And the only way to get your channeling up is to cast spells. Okay, so just whatever spells you have, you cast, and that gets your channeling up. The problem is that as your channeling gets higher and higher, the lower level spells don't give you skill anymore. You need to keep moving up to like more difficult and more difficult spells, which should make sense, especially if you understand how the skilling works in this game. That it's all based on the difficulty of the action. So you want to sort of match the difficulty of the action to around your skill level in that skill that you're doing. And that's not always the case. There's like some fine tuning nuance to that rule, but I mean, just to understand the general basics of the whole thing, it's good enough to just understand that you kind of want to match approximately your skill level to the difficulty of the action in order to optimize your skill gain. And my channeling is now somewhere in the mid 70s. And so I could use spells like Circle of Cunning or Wind of Ages, which are just enchantment spells, because those ones have difficulties around 60, which is a little bit below my skill, but that's fine. I definitely will not get skill if I'm casting things like Bless or Opulence, which are like 10 or 15 difficulty spells. Those ones will not give me any skill anymore. Now, one of the spells that every priest gets is Vessel. And Vessel is a special kind of spell. It's like, it doesn't really behave the same as most every other spell. It's very different. It's a spell that can only be cast on gems. And what it does, what its main purpose is to store your favor into a gem. Okay, so you'll see there, I got the message, you fill the gem with the power of your determination. So what I did there was I took some of the favor that was in my favor bar, which is this purple bar down here. I took some of that and used it to fill the gem. Now I can then right-click the gem that I just filled and use it, and what that's going to do is it's going to give me that favor back. So it's going to fill my favor pool. Okay, so that's the main reason why you cast the spell, or the reason why the spell is in the game in the first place, is to fill your favor bar, or take your favor that you have in your bar and put it into the gem so you can save it for later. What just happened? Whoops. Oh, I'm wasting my time here in my... Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm going to... You know what? I'll just let that go. That's going to be a big waste. This gem here is at 10, which I'll talk about in a second. But that's going to chunk away a lot of that gem. Okay, so basic high-level idea here is that you take your favor, you cast onto a gem, and it puts your favor into the gem so that you get it later, get it back later. Now this spell has a difficulty of 70, which puts it right in line with where my skill is approximately. And for that reason, it makes it so that it's actually not so hard to cast. I can land casts. Oh boy, I'm putting a lot of favor into this gem, which is not so good, but okay, now I can go back to this one. Okay. Right, so my channeling, this is like the perfect time to sort of use this spell as for getting your channeling up. I've used this spell starting from when I'm about 50, and it does go slow, but it's actually not that slow in comparison to casting other spells. It still goes up because channeling is slow no matter what you do. So it'll feel slow, and it'll feel like you're failing a lot. But nonetheless, every time that you get skill, you get a big chunk of it. Right, so let's take a look at my skill increases. Oh, do I have my favor showing? Hold on. How do I get rid of that? I thought I saved this. Hide favor updates. I don't need that. Okay. You can see my channeling right here. I got almost a 0.01. It's a 0.0097. Just make sure I'm on the right one. Okay, good. Yeah. So I'm getting almost a 0.1 every time that I get a skill tick here, which if you if you kind of like, if you know the way that Wurm skilling works, a 0.01 per action is not bad, especially for channeling. If I were doing Circle of Cunning, I'd probably get maybe a little bit more than half of that per tick. Okay, so each vessel tick gives you more than pretty much most other skills. Okay, and that's an important point. Specifically, if you're casting for channeling skill, it's really important to notice the tick sizes, because the tick sizes aren't the same like every other skill in the game. Like if you're mining, for example, or blacksmithing or whatever it is, the size of the tick is the same no matter what you're doing. So like if I'm mining on gold versus mining on silver versus mining on slate versus whatever, all the skill tick sizes will be the same for equal conditions. And that is like, the speed, the timer of your action. If the timer of your action is the same and the pickaxe that you're using is the same and your skill's the same, then the tick size will be the same. But this is not the case for channeling. Each spell will give a different tick size for some reason. And maybe we can chalk that up to Rolf logic again. But every spell is not the same. So Vessel is a spell that gives you the most. And there's other ones that also give you the most. But Vessel's one of them. The largest tick sizes. And I would say that the next largest tick size that you possibly can get is something about, it's more than half of this, but it might be 0.006 or something like that for me in this moment. And that would be Wind of Ages and Circle of Cunning, and those ones will do that. And Paragy's saying, obviously low-level gems are better for grinding. High-quality gems are what you actually want for storage. Totally. However, I would honestly argue that what I'm doing now on the higher level gems is what you should do if you're going for channeling. Like if your goal is to channel grind and get your channeling up, and you want to do that through vesseling, don't waste your high-quality gems for storage a favor. Like I see all these people using gems at rifts, for example, which in my opinion is a big, big mistake and is completely wasting the value of those gems. The reason why gems have such high value on the market is because priests want to do what I'm doing with them right now. Now, the reason why I say don't waste your high quality gems by storing a lot of favor in them, because if you store a very little amount of favor in them, when you use them, it'll just chunk away a little bit of the quality, right? So for example, this 65 quality gem, I just put a tiny bit of favor in, I kept my favor bar as low as I could, and I put it in there. When I go to use it, it'll be down to 57 or something like that. And then I can cast again, and then it'll be down to 50. And I can cast again, and it'll be down to 42. And like how many casts I can get in there depends on how much favor I put in. So if, let's say, instead I put in 30 favor into that thing in one shot, then what's going to happen is that I'm going to use it, and it's now going to be at 30 quality. It's going to chunk away a ton more, and I would have wasted all the opportunities to cast Vessel on that gem. And furthermore, and this is the most important thing, is that once you chunk down the quality of the gem down to below 10, it all of a sudden becomes a sub 10 quality gem that you can use to do the better channel grinding on. So you see all these high quality gems I have, those ones will eventually be in this pile here, and now I'll have twice as many low quality gems to grind the easy grind on. Can you only store once per gem? No. You can store as many times as... So every time you store favor into the gem and then use it, depending on how much favor you stored, it'll reduce the quality of the gem. I'll show you that in a second. How about this? I'll finish this stack here. Okay, I'm getting close to the end of it. I got 5 more to go. And then once I'm finished that stack, what I'm going to do is I'll go through all of them and use the favor. And I'll use it to cast on these pickaxes. Gosh, you know what? Oh, I already have the large chest open. Do I have any blank pickaxe heads? Not in here. Let me see if I can quickly whip up some. You guys are still seeing Xander, right? Okay, good. I'm going to use Griffith to start up the forge. I was getting 0.0069 per tick at that level casting Lurker. Okay. Yeah, Lurker is another one that gives you the highest. Lurker is definitely a good one to cast. But one thing that you should notice is that I'm not using any cordage or any favor sacking items. I don't have to restock my favor. Right? I don't need any favor mats to do this. I just need gems. So I know gems are valuable and would cost money, but all of these gems I got myself by just praying and mining. So I could sell the gems for money. I mean, there's this whole flip-flop, right? Because on the one hand, what I could do is I could sell these gems. Why isn't this working? I'm pressing the wrong button. I can sell these gems, use the money I make from the gems to buy favor, and then I could use that to cast Lurker and get a similar sort of like level of channel. And I'm not sure which one's more optimal. I'm actually not sure how much I could sell these gems for and how much favor I can get back from that. I just saw an auction for 10,000 favor and it went for 14 silver. So that's 1.4 silver per 1,000 favor. I'm not sure how much that will translate into how many casts, how many Lurker casts, but I think Lurker's 30 or 35. Can't remember. Anyway, the point is that you can do this in a bunch of different ways. Lurker is just fine, so long as you have the favor, right? I mean, on the other hand, I have a ton of Wemp over here that I can just convert into cordage and use that. I just find that I have these gems sitting here, and these gems will probably get me to 80. Channeling, I'm guessing. Let's see. Should have thought to prepare pickaxe heads. I mean, I did prepare these ones right here, but okay. That was the last one. Okay, so here's what I'm going to show you. Okay, so I use watch the quality of this gem. It's at 33.89, and when I use it, and you'll see my favor will pop up here. Okay, my favor popped up and it went down to 27. I'm just going to use this until I have enough to cast. I'm just going to cast on that one that I had here. Okay, and you'll see if I'm lucky enough to get a skill tick. Well, getting a skill tick would mean I won't land a nice cast, but if I land a cast below 40, I'll get a skill tick here, and you'll see the skill tick in comparison. No, I didn't. I succeeded in improving it instead, and now it is a 79. Circle of Cunning. Did I miss this one? Yeah. What about this one? Nope. So you see how the gems are losing quality? I'm gonna have to dispel one. Oh, come on. Yeah. Once you've used the gem and they reduce quality, then you can cast Vessel on it again. But the more favor you put into the gem, the more the quality will reduce when you gain that back. Right? So this one that was 65, I put in just a little bit of favor, and now it's at 59.5, and I can cast it again. You know? Oh, I just shattered it. Okay, well. Let's just cast over this one. Maybe I'll improve the 62. Okay, so... And look at all these sub 10 quality gems I have now. Just gonna pop those into the other one. Okay, frowned. See how that one went down to 3? That's unfortunate, but it's what happens, you know. Okay, let's see. Did I get a... Yeah, 0.0065, exactly, yeah. So it's not as much. It's like a 2/3 maybe of what I would have gotten from the vessel. In addition, Circle of Cunning is a lower difficulty, so you might see less ticks as well, depending. Let's see. I don't have... Oh, I might have enough to get to... Come on, get... Oh yeah, I got it. Okay, so I'll do one more cast here. I wish there was an indication whether or not it has favor stored in it. Like in case I missed one. Okay, anyway. So now I'm going to put all the low quality gems into the low quality bin. And then start again. There we go. And that was... I actually can't remember how many gems I had. 16 or 17 to start? Oh no, it must have been more than the opals. Anyway, it was somewhere up there. 20 maybe. And by the time I'm done with it, it's just gonna, you know, I'm gonna fill up this satchel with all these sub-quality gems, and that's sort of how I do it. Now, the reason why I say this got nerfed, because it did get nerfed quite heavily, was that it's funny, it came with a buff, right? So something got buffed, and that buff caused this process to get nerfed. And the buff was that you regen favor a lot faster now. Like, more than 3 times as fast favor comes back now. And I would actually maybe even say it might be more than that. They buffed it so much. Right? Like, I would... Before, you need 7.5 favor to cast to begin with. Vessel. You need 7.5. Before, when my vessel landed, like by the time the cast finished, I'd be at 8.5. Or below 9. That would be my goal. I would try my best to stay below 9. But now, like, look at it. It's like insane how fast regen. And it would take more, it would take maybe 10 ticks in order to get to 7.5. Now it takes, what, 3 at most? So while that's nice that favor goes up a lot faster now, it means that each time you put favor into the gem, it puts in a lot more than you might want. And therefore, you see this 12 quality gem, that's going to become a 2 quality gem when I'm done, or maybe 3 quality gem. Whereas before I could take this 12 quality gem and bring it down to 9 quality or 8 quality or something like that. Anyway. It is what it is, and so your gems don't last nearly as long as they used to. And so for that reason, I would feel that gems should have gone down in value, but I'm not sure if it has caused gems to go down in value. People are still selling gems for decent amounts. You know, I should have turned on Wurm Assistant. There's much more demand than offer. Interesting. I wonder how much the demand is fueled by what's happening. Oh, this gem can. Oh, okay. I wonder how much the demand is fueled by people doing what I'm doing here, or people wanting them for the rifts. Despite the fact that it's quite expensive, people still take their high quality gems to rifts. They fill them up all before the rift and they use them throughout the rift. Such a shame in my eyes. I like cringe at the waste when I see that. Because alternatively, you could take cordage rope or some favor sack items to the rift, build altars around the area, which, okay, fine, that takes a while and some preparation, but so does filling a whole bunch of gems. I mean, what else is there to use them for is what I'm doing right now with them. This is the ultimate value. And it's the only reason I feel that gems should be used, but other people feel differently, I guess. I just feel it's very much of a waste for people to be using gems at rifts and dragon slayings. I mean, they reduce the sack timer. Like, you can sacrifice in 15 seconds now, and then over sack so that you're, you can save a bunch of favor into your favor pool. And somebody who has 90 favor like I do can now save 5 times that in their favor pool. So that's 450 can be sitting in your favor pool. Yeah, I really wouldn't like what I use your high quality ones for. Yeah, I know. It cringes. I cringe when I see somebody putting their full favor bar into a high quality gem. Such a waste. How about if you're done the grind but you still have gems? Well, let's see. I think at that point the best use of gems would be to sell them. Strongwell casts. Oh, that hurts. Strongwell casts are 3-minute cast timers. What's 15 seconds and a bunch of favor sack items into an altar compared to gems? Oh, that seems like an expensive Strongwell cast. Do filled gems have different a different animation model? Let's wait for this cast to finish. I want to see. Yeah, just use favor items for Strongwell. Oh, I failed. I mean, Strongwell is not that what is it, 70 favor? Something like that anyway. Let's put a few quarter ropes in there. And sack. Okay, let's see. That one versus this one. Wait, did that one even have? Yeah. I don't think they're different. Let's see. Okay, everything, all of them have. Okay, I'm just gonna pull in the opals now and just keep going on the opals. Yeah, and back to Feyran, you're never done the grind. I mean, I suppose that if you do get to 99 channeling, which is not impossible, you probably don't want to do this anymore at that point. Because what you're doing at that point is just casting your enchantments over and over again, and that's going to naturally bring your channeling up. But if you're not at 99, I feel like you should be doing this with your gems. I mean, it's not even that hard to do. You just stack your gems and press the button. Okay, well, if you're done grinding, then why are you playing this game? What are you doing otherwise? Move on to another type of grind? Yeah, okay. Then save your gems for when you want to come back and circle back to your channel grinding. Yeah, I don't think that... I think gems are just super valuable for this purpose. Like, I've already gotten almost a quarter point in channeling just now. One more tick and I'll be above a quarter point. And I'd say that's pretty good at 74 channeling. I still have a sliver of sleep bonus, and I have a couple sleep powders here, which I'll just eat one. And I lost track of where I was. I was on the third one. Yeah. So some people, I saw this on the thread, on the forum thread, about this tooltip, the size of this tooltip, and then how not only the size of the tooltip is like large. What's happening? Did that not work? It didn't work. I got an idea. I am going to waste some... Oh gosh. There it is. I need a way of getting rid of my... I'm gonna put that here, K. So a way of bleeding my favor, because once you get to 16, like, you're putting too much into the... So I just cast an opulence just to get my favor back down to 6, and then I can cast this again. Alright, Faye. See you later. Some people have goals like I'm going to grind the skill to 95 and then the rest of the way is just using my skill naturally. Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, and in that case, you just... I still feel as though at that point, if I had gems, like me personally, what I would do with my extra gems after that would be to sell them. They are quite valuable. or use them as decoration. As is it Havergy mentioned? They also make good gifts to a friendly priest or a neighborly priest. Now, star diamonds or star gems, on the other hand, are something completely different. Well, they're the same, but what they do is they'll give you back, when you use them, they give back double the amount of favor that you normally would. I think they also can store double the favor. I don't even... I know that they're better in some way, but they definitely give back double the favor than you put in compared to a regular gem. Maybe in that situation you would use it for, like, you know, I kind of feel like gems used this way. Here's one way that I'd be okay if somebody used gems, and that's for PvP. If people use gems to store their favor to use in a battle, PvP is where I would say that it makes sense, because you can't really wait 15 seconds in a PvP battle for a sacrifice to go off. And the gem will give you the favor instantly. So I can see that. You do always keep a few fully charged ones on the foe priest for quick in-combat healing if needed, though they aren't used much. Yeah. Yeah, I can't see them... I can't see, like, needing the quickness, you know. It would only be in the event that you are just wasted all your favor, because now you can store 400 plus favor into your bar, into your over sacking. So it would only be if you just finished casting your last bit of favor and then you like, oh no, now I need another spell and I don't have 15 seconds to spare. Yeah. Where am I here? I'm on this one here. But then they added another thing for star diamonds. The other thing they added was you use them for making those staffs, those staves, those gem staves, right? So I suppose if you're going to need those, or if you want to build one of those, then you would save it for that. Oh, right. I was going to say something about this tooltip, right? Because I do feel like this tooltip is kind of like a bit much. Especially when looking at stuff in your inventory. Like, maybe for other things, I don't even know. Where else? Where else do we see that tooltip show up where it tells you the quality, the damage, the weight, etc.? Right, so I saw somebody mention this in on the forums. That, like, why do they have a tooltip that tells you information such as quality, damage, and weight in a place where the quality, damage, and weight are right where your cursor has to be in order to see the tooltip? And I was like, oh yeah, like, why would I need the tooltip to tell me information? And then it makes the tooltip so large that it covers things like, for example, it's covering right now, like I right-click the menu and then I move over and it covers the menu, which I noticed because I was trying to see whether or not use was in the menu, right? You could see use. That means that I fixed. But if I move my mouse by accident, then it covers the use. which seems a little bit odd that this tooltip is so large and contains redundant information. Does the gem added to a staff give it any benefit other than looking pretty? It turns it into a sorcerer's staff. And the sorcerer's staff is required in order to cast karma spells if you have a tome or a librum or whatever, those things that drop off the uniques. You know, like how people summon those wargs or skeletons, or they have like those special karma spells from getting the unique items, the tomes. So in order to cast any of those, you need to have a sorcerer's staff. And the only way to get a sorcerer's staff is to take a star gem and put it onto a... Huh. I'm going to get this right. You put it onto a staff, yeah. So you take one of the star gems and put it onto the staff. It looks cool too. Like people use them for just really cool looks. But yeah, you need them to cast those karma spells. So a friend just added a gem to my silver staff that I just use for killing mobs, so I wouldn't use it for any sorcerer stuff. But interesting to hear. I'm interested to know whether or not... I kind of have a feeling that once you create that staff with the gem, I don't know if it's improvable after that. I'd have to double check that. Let's get this cast going, and I'll just look in the Wikipedia or the Wurmpedia. Let's just see if staff comes up here. Gem staff. I don't think it matters which one we look at. Yeah, gem staffs cannot be improved or repaired, and their quality level's unimportant to function. Okay, so be careful with using it, because it's not repairable or improvable once the gem goes in. Yeah, I'm not sure why they did that. Yeah, I know, he already put it in. It's a nice decorative item. Oh, you didn't even ask for it. Okay. And was it a high, like, was your staff enchanted in that stuff, or was it just a plain staff? Oh, he offered to improve your staff and then surprise you with the gem. Well, that's what she said. I missed what I said that makes sense in relation to. Although I could imagine that if I was saying shaft instead of staff, it probably would have made it better. Oh, at Casper. Oh, he already put it in. I see it now. Perhaps it's to incentivize sorcerers not to hit things with their staves, to encourage a certain style of gameplay, class fantasy? Maybe. Maybe. It does add an element of, like, if you want to cast a spell in the middle of a battle, let's say. And I'm thinking more so like PvP battle. This is where you would use this stuff. In the middle of a battle, like it forces you to have to switch your weapon to the staff, use the spell, and then switch back if you want to get back into battle. Okay, you're able to repair it, at least. Okay, that's good. Did it have enchantments on it? Wait a minute. Okay, it has enchantments on it, and it's a silver staff. Be careful. Be careful with it because, hold on. I'd hate for it to have turned into a wooden staff. That's weird. Okay, so activate staff. Right, it doesn't. It doesn't specify whether it needs to be a wooden staff or not. Gem staffs are not considered melee weapons in Wurm and subsequently cause the player to use unarmed combat when they're equipped. So that's not good. As such, they do not take damage from combat. Okay, so they don't take damage from combat. That's interesting. I mean, it's very likely that the person who did this for you did not know, and so they might have been thinking like, "Hey, this." Oh, it doesn't seem to have a gem after all. Okay. Whew. Honestly, I feel like putting. I honestly feel like if he did put a gem in there, it converts the item to a completely different thing. Like it now is no longer a staff anymore. It's like one of these things, a sapphire staff, which is it completely behaves differently. Hmm. Maybe. I mean, when you hold it, it would look something magnificently different than a regular staff. It would look like this is what the this is a sapphire one. Yeah, a sapphire staff will look like this. All of them have like a unique. Where's the back button? How do I go back? What? There was a back button here just before. Oh, there it is. Each one has a different look. Right, that one looks more wooden. Um, opal staff. Huh, that one looks pretty cool. Okay, it looks like a normal staff. Okay. Yeah, I honestly feel like putting a gem in it completely changes it to a different thing. uh, what's happening? Is it already full? Okay. Yeah, again, I wish there was like a little icon here that tells you if the gem has favor stored in it. It would make things a lot better. Let's see. So this is what the diamond one would look like if I use that diamond. That looks pretty cool. Like the swirliness up at the top here. I like that. That's pretty cool. Checks back to see what he actually said when you thanked him. One more to look at is the ruby staff. You know, I think the one I like the most is the sapphire one. This one. This one looks the best. It has the most intricate stuff along the way, and it's all throughout the entire. And then the blue gem at the top looks so good. On my other character, I have an emerald on my like original one. It looks like a wooden staff with an emerald, which looks pretty cool. The opal one doesn't. I don't like the look of it at all. In fact, the opal at the top does not look like an opal to me. In fact, the diamond one looks more like like what in my mind an opal would be. Like I would think that would be like an opal. But I guess the reason is because they don't have a way of making things look transparent in the game yet, and so yeah, and they make good RP items for priests. Totally, I really like the look of them. They are quite expensive to make, so you kind of have to have a star gem, which are very rare. Oh, did I already finish this? Okay, let's go to casting more pickaxes here. And let's see, I should be able to make some pickaxes now. Oh, of course I didn't fuel the forge, so now it's out. Great. Why didn't I fuel the forge? I have it. I have my tar activated. This is on Griffith though. Ready to light to what's it called? Fuel the forge. I think I saw that I failed there. Oh no, I did not fail. Look at that. I got a 98. That is very nice. I will take that as my new skiller pickaxe. Now that I have that, I don't need to cast on those anymore, so I think I will cast on some horseshoes that I prepared. What happened there? Did I succeed? I frowned. And I need Wind of Ages. You know what? I'm going to put that back on K. I don't think I'll use the opulence as much as this. Okay, and where was I on these? Here we go. That one. What did I get? 45. I'll cast over that. I mean, honestly, this grind is one of my like. I don't look at it like a grind. You know, I really enjoy doing this. The vessel grinding. I mean, it doubles up as casting, right? Like, although you're casting much slower than you would if you're doing a casting session, let's say. But it really does push your channeling up. I mean, I'm approaching 0.4 right now. And how long have we been streaming? An hour and 40 minutes. And for the first almost hour of that, I was farming. It's going pretty good, I'd say. 0.4 channeling. I wonder if there's a use hotkey. Let's see. Nope. No use hotkey. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. Look at that. I put a 75 circle of cunning on a horseshoe. What am I thinking? Let's just use this last one here. Okay, let's just move over to the next one. Oh, and I'm doing circle cunning again. What am I thinking? I'll just dispel those, I guess. Actually, you know what? I could use that horseshoe with circle of cunning on it for blacksmithing. What did I get? 11. Nice. Okay. Let's start up again. Nope. Now I need to cast Opulence again. I'm running out of hotkeys. Let's make this one H. I don't use H for anything in particular, I don't think. While that cast is happening, I can sort some of these out of here. Okay, let's just do this. Still gotta wait for favor. And what happened to the sapphires? Let's bring the sapphires down. Oh, you also didn't have anything H on your H. I mean, H used to be the Wikipedia keybind. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I had it bound to before. Now that I replaced it, I don't know. Should have checked. Did I fail that a couple times? No, I failed it once. Okay, I failed it there. You had to bound to the action to remove a packed farm tile. To remove a packed farm tile. Oh, so like cultivate? Is that the action? Yeah, H for cultivate. I don't think I have cultivate bound to anything. I just right click. I usually bind only those things that I do over and over and over and over again. So if it's like something that it's like every so often I need to do this one thing, I'll usually just use the menu for it. H is obviously for harvest. I use N for harvest, which is an odd one. I'm trying to think of why I use N for harvest. All my farming ones are down there. N, V, and I use comma and period for my farming. So all the it's just one hand down there. Oh yeah, animals, yeah. Because the animals pack it so often. Yeah. H for heatsink. Yeah. All right. You know what I'm going to do with Griffith now is I'm going to get him started on making some ropes. In order to do this, though, so recently I enchanted a log with Circle of Cunning so that Griffith could do his fine carpentry grind. The problem with that, though, is that a log is very heavy. And I can't put it down, because if I were to put it down, well, it would start decaying. Now, to make ropes, I need to carry a lot of WEMP in my inventory. And so I kind of feeling... Oh, let's see. Let's see how much WEMP I can carry with him. If I can carry enough. Just going to make sure that I'm not going to miss the next cast. You made another alt just to hold enchanted logs. Maybe that's something I'll end up doing at some point. But as it is right now, he's just carrying around a 15-kilogram log everywhere he goes. It looks like I can hold what I need to hold. So let's just start making some cordage ropes here. I mean, the benefit of having two characters is that you can get twice as much stuff done. And I may as well make use of it. Griffith is just sitting here doing nothing. It's a shame that enchanted logs don't fit in this thing, or there's nothing that an enchanted log can fit in that will hold its... will prevent it from decaying. As a merchant, that is a good question. I am sure that you can put an enchanted log onto a merchant. That I'm sure of. But what I'm not sure of is whether or not it'll prevent the decay. Like, there are things that still decay on merchants, like food will decay. And, oh, I'm missing it. Food will decay. I know lanterns will decay, but much, much slower. Lanterns decay just like they decay in your inventory. Maybe it won't decay because I think the decay rules on a merchant is that if it decays in your inventory, then it will decay on the merchant. Yeah, don't put just put a regular log. Don't waste an enchanted one on that. If I had to guess, my instinct is telling me it won't decay. Because I know the things that will decay are the same things that would decay in your own inventory, like food or your lantern. And that is Arno. Arno, the dye maker. If I'm remembering correctly. Oh, and I forgot. I'm making ropes with Griffith. Okay, making ropes with Griffith. We're to do that every so often. Yeah, thanks for testing that. I'm interested to know because if that's the case, I might just do that. What's happening? I'm doing the same thing I keep doing. I'm using the same gem as I just enchanted or just filled up. All the while wasting my favor. There, now we can see Griffith. This way I can tell when he's done. Okay, this time I'm going to throw in another set. I'll just take the next one that has the next most amount. Where am I in this list here? I'm just at the beginning of the sapphires. Hey, Denelli. How's it going? As you can see, we are doing a bit of channel grinding. Channel grinding on the priest while Griffith is over there making ropes. That reminds me. I wonder if I should eat some food on Griffith. I probably should. Get some rope making food in him. I'll wait for him to finish that round. He also could use a drink. Let's get this one going, and then yeah. Oh, take Griffith over. He's walking so slowly. Grab some rope making food. Yeah. And drink some water. Actually, you know what? I'll just refresh him. His health, his food is so low, and he has a refresh sitting here waiting. Where am I here? Did I? Okay, that's the last of the sapphires. Once that one's done, I don't think I'm gonna put on Griffith's sleep bonus. He has such little amount of sleep bonus, and I want to get that back up for another mining grind. You're just trying to make heads and tails of all the new breeding. Used to just be horses. Now I'm breeding sheep, cows, bisons, horses, donkeys, and someday mules. Yep. Well, that's it's good to hear that people are using the new breeding. I'm hoping that the forums is not a good representation of how the new update is going for most people, because if you've been reading the forums, you'll know that there's a lot of complaining about the new update. It's hard to tell whether or not it's just the few who want to complain about it versus, you know. And I wonder, will this fill my? No, this will not. This will not. Okay. I was hoping it was going to fill my CCFP. It only filled my proteins. I need to go over and grab some food that will fill the CCFP bar. I'm ready. The gem can hold number of power. Okay, there we go. Okay, you love the new breeding. Good. Good. So I'm guessing that there are people who are really into the new breeding stuff and really having a lot of fun with it who aren't encountering the problems that some are. And, I know how it works. Like, there's the few who will go onto the forums and make a big stink about stuff. And so it's easy to make it's easy to think that, based just solely on reading the forums, that the new update isn't all that it was cracked up to be. Okay, so you place one on the merchant, you look at it again in a couple days to find out. Cool. Okay, before it was just get speed 5 and then the long life, and that was it. Now you need drafts for some, speed for others, output for resource animals. So much more stuff to do with breeding. Yeah, agreed. Like, I wonder if there's going to be a market now for, um, let's say, breeding a massive stock of cows, let's say, that are designed to give you more output resources such as leather. And then you sell, I guess you'd probably sell the leather instead of selling the cows to people who would use it for the leather. Yeah, I guess you would just sell the leather. It's probably a better way of doing it. You like the extra stuff, but not yet sold on the trait passing changes. Right. And that's, I think, the biggest complaint right now is the trait passing. At least from what I understand, it seems as though the traits pass on rather randomly, rather than instead of it feeling like two parents with, let's say, the exact same traits pass their traits on to the next generation. Like, is it? Am I right in assuming it goes like this? If the parents or one of the parents is, let's say, a speed dominant parent, then the offspring will have a random distribution of speed traits. Like, it's not that the traits that the mother has have a higher chance of passing on to the child. It's more like the dominant trait of the mother, whether it be a speed or a draft or whatever, will just make it so that the offspring will randomly have a smattering of those. Okay, so that's what it looks like currently, right? Right. I can see how people are upset at that because it seemed like before, if if the mother had a specific trait, then it was likely the offspring would have that same trait. I mean, it almost felt like if you succeeded the role, then the offspring would have the same traits as the mother, and otherwise it didn't. But it would be likely that the offspring would have the same traits as the mother. I feel like it should go back to that. It should be based off your skill, your animal husbandry skill. So the higher your skill is, the better the chance that the exact traits will pass on, but it still will be just a chance. So maybe it should go like through all the traits of the parents and say, okay, this speed trait, let's see, roll, will it pass on to the child? Yes or no? This speed trait, will it pass on to the child? Like, it should go through all of those. And there should be like a pretty decent chance that it does if your skill is like decently high. Something like that. Yeah, something in between would be nice, yeah. They are working on it, from what I understand, from what I've heard. And I completely forgot about Griffith in that conversation. He's still sitting here not doing anything. Yeah. I wonder, like, I know it's like if let's say there's this whole debate now, right? Whether the devs should be conversing with the player base when deciding what kind of changes there should be. Like what would it made a difference if, let's say, the devs months and months ago, when they were coming up with the plan for what the new system would look like, if at that point they laid it all out on the forums, like, this is what we want to do, we want to have, and in detail, so that they can get feedback from the players before starting to code it into the game, before starting to implement it, like in the planning phase. Now, there's definite downsides to that. I can see if, let's say, the devs don't want the entire system to be perfectly known, which I know that the Wurm devs have that sort of mentality. They don't want, they want a lot of it to be discovered, so people to spend the time to figure it out, and they don't want it. They don't want to implement something and then on day one every player knows exactly how to game the system. So I can see that being a problem. But I wonder, would it be like all these people complaining about this should have been on test server, or we should have like had a heads up about what this is going to be so we can give our feedback before you put it into the game? Like, I wonder if those people are thinking through that process fully. I understand the dev's reason for not putting it on test server. Like, could you imagine what that would have looked like? You put it onto test server, and then you like, I don't know if you've been on test server before, but it's like you're limited in what you can do. You can't just go and breed animals on the test server and hope to see what the output is going to be. It would take a week for the animal to be born, and then you would have to wait for that animal to grow up before you could breed again. So it would take months and months. Even if they increase the breeding time, it would still take time. You think it's fine to make and implement changes, keep the game interesting? They'll always take time to get used to, and there's always some people that don't like changes that and others that do. And there was some feedback. The first draft of it had bad traits, gave negative points. Right, but that was after they implemented it to live, wasn't it? No, okay. Okay. So they did outline what they wanted, and then there was feedback prior to them putting it into live. Okay. I mean, the other big thing people were complaining about was the fact that their carts now travel slower than they did before. My only hope, and I don't know whether this is going to be the case or not, but my hope is that if, let's say, you finally get your draft, the draft horses or draft whatever, and work your way back up, that you can now go faster than you did before. It was during one of the pre-release trailers, and players noticed that it would be easily abused. Okay, that makes sense. So there was some element of that. I mean, you can't catch everything, for sure. But back to the draft traits. Like, it would be a shame if, let's say, we lost the speed on the carts, and then if we finally work our way back up to having full draft horses, that we can only obtain the same speeds we had before. That would feel bad. So will a high draft horse be better than draft mule? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, these are all open questions still, and only the devs will know the answer to. Right, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, I think it's better that that information is not known yet, and that it should be left to wonder about, because it adds an element to the game of discovery that this game is so good at. Like, it's one of the reasons why I love this game, is the part where we're trying to figure it out. Yeah. And a lot of that got ruined when Wurm Unlimited came out, and all of a sudden people could look into the code. There was definitely something lost at that point because of that. I keep forgetting about Griffiths. I'm not usually this bad when I'm multitasking or multi-botting or whatever. I think it's just because I'm streaming at the same time and in this discussion. Like, I wonder how mules will compare to donkeys as well. Like, will mules be better? Like, you won't be able to breed a mule, right? So it's like you're breeding horses with donkeys to create mules, but once you create that mule cannot be bred again. Like, that's an interesting element to the horse market. So if mules are indeed the go-to cart pullers, if they end up being the best draft animal, then that adds a niche in the market, right? Because I don't know if you've had this experience, but if you're a horse market and somebody comes and grabs a breeding pair of your horses, all of a sudden that person can breed their own horses as long as they have the skill, and they won't ever need to buy any more horses from you, right? So I wonder if the mule is something to sort of have your eye on as an animal breeder. Okay, where's my horseshoes here? Yeah, that's interesting. Might have to get me some 5 traded draft mules that could largely apply to anything in Wurm. Yes, except for when a new system comes into play that changes everything. Right? Because once a new system comes, there's an opening, a window of opportunity. Oh, I see. No, that's not true. It's not true of everything. It's true of some things. Like, I would say it's true of boats. I mean, like for example, weapons is a good example, right? Like, sure, let's say I do use, I buy a weapon from somebody. I won't have to buy another weapon from them, but I will need to get it imped frequently. And so that person that I bought it from is more likely to get my business back for imping it back up. So there are things that you need to refresh or get new ones of or updates of. But it's interesting with the mule where unless you have the ability to breed it yourself, right? Like you'd have to start from scratch. So like those mule breeders will have their whole setup ready to go and then they sell their mules. And then the buyer of the mule, once their mule is dead, they'll have to go buy another one. I do suppose they could buy a breeding pair of a mule and a horse, though, from the, if they wanted to make their own set. I don't know. I just think it's an opportunity here for it. There, I'm no doubt there's somebody right now who's doing the thing where they're trying to get their mules going. True, true. If it is cared for, it actually will last forever. Whoa. I failed that cast. That is true. And I forgot about Griffith again. Boy, he's making these ropes so slowly. Well, I'm interested to see where it ends up. What this animal update will look like a year from now, let's say. Or possibly not even that long. A few months from now is probably more accurate. Once people have had the time to breed, their stock of whatever it is, draft horses or whatever. I'm curious to know where hell horses land in the mix of things. I mean, as you might remember, we were using hell horses here. We never used hell horses on the old servers, but once we moved here, the first thing we did was go to the step and grab a couple hell horses attached to a cart. And then that cart was like fast to begin. Faster than our fastest cart on the old servers, which was so like this is one thing that Wurm has a hard time with, and that is how do you nerf stuff, right? Hey, Taiki, what's going on? Good afternoon. It is afternoon, yeah. And I guess it is morning for you. It's probably 11 where you are. Yeah. Likewise, I'm glad you made it and saw that I was on. Yeah, this is my first stream back since a long time ago. And Doomscape. Holy smoke, I can't believe this game is still going. So glad I checked. I used to play religiously. It is still going. In fact, it's actually going quite strongly in relative terms. I have not enough gems to give me the thing. So let's see here. You know what? I'm just going to use it up. Use this. How close am I? 43? And then I'll just sacrifice 2 of those. Let's see. What does that give me? 10. Okay, let's just do that. And then I will cast 1 more. And then I'll go back to sort these gems, and then I'll get to chat in just a second. Oh, look at all these low-level gems. Yes. Feels good. And maybe I'll do a little bit of that, too. Okay, none of the sapphires. Okay, so let's see. You completely change the system and call it a rework. Yeah, and it yeah. I mean, here's the problem is that in Wurm, a lot of the times they won't completely change the system and still call it a rework. Like the UI, for example. Like, we're going to overhaul the UI. And when I hear that word overhaul, I don't know. Thanks for the follow, Viril. When I hear the word overhaul and Doomscape, thank you for the follow. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like I now have to temper my expectations. When they hear the word overhaul, I should be replacing that in my mind with I'm going to tweak it slightly. Because that's sort of what we've been getting recently. You suppose Chaos is still active, or will I log back into a wasteland? I think it's not that active. You probably wouldn't be happy with the activity going on Chaos right now. There was a little bit of a resurgence on Chaos right after the Steam release. However, I don't think it lasted very long. A lot of activity moved over to Defiance, which is the new fresh server. And it's still disconnected from the old servers. And it pretty much was similar to Chaos. Like, it has the same Chaos sort of feel to it, I'd say. Yeah, brand new characters on Defiance. Exactly. Yeah, Chaos still probably has some activity, but it's not where the action is. Defiance is definitely where most of the action is, and even that, I mean, it's been almost a year now, so there was a massive amount of activity at the beginning, in the first several months of the release of Defiance, and people were really happy with that. And things are kind of leveled out now, so the kingdoms are stabilized, and there's still people playing there. Yeah, most of the activity is still on the new servers in terms of numbers of players. The old servers have a steady player base. So since the Steam release, there's been this just steady player base on the old servers, and that hasn't really changed. Um, but it's still low in terms of population. You don't know if you can go through the grind again. You know, I, I actually was coming back to this game. I was so in love with the grind again. I mean, these characters here, I ground again right from the beginning, from nothing, and I've been just having a blast with it. So I guess it depends on what you're looking for. You'd be so lost. Yeah, you should try. You should. Yeah, I mean, hop back on, see what chaos is like first. I mean, you don't lose anything for hopping in. Yeah, I mean, I'll call it grinding. This can't really be called anything other than grinding. But I don't I don't feel like when I hear that word grind, like if I'm saying, "Oh, this is such a grind," it means that it's something that I'm not really enjoying doing, and I'm only doing it because of the outcome, like what I'm going to get out of it. Whereas here, I actually enjoy the act of doing what I'm doing now. I mean, it is the process of doing actions and watching your numbers go up. Um, but it was part of a process that has led me to this spot, right? Like I did the prayer thing all the way up to 70, and that gave me all these gems. And the whole time I'm like storing these gems, I'm looking at them, going, I'm gonna turn all those gems into channeling skill, and I can't wait to do it. Yeah, Casper, you've been surface mining for 4 days straight. I'm loving it. Yeah, because, and I know like why you love it. It's because the whole time you're thinking about the process that you're in. Like you're like, because after you're done this, then I'm going to be able to do that, and then it's like this, and you have the whole big plan ahead of you, the whole project, right? I know you have it all in Deed Planner, all ready to go, right? And you showed that Deed Planner to me. And Taiki, you don't mind surface mining? Yeah, me neither. I love surface mining. And something to consider is that you probably last played. There's been a ton of quality of life improvements. Yes. Depends, Doomscape. It depends on when you last played, but they did a lot to this game. If it was, let's say, more than 3 years ago, for example. 2016, yeah, okay, yeah. So they changed the game a lot since then. Like a lot, a lot. Uh, Visual improvements is a big one. I don't know if you noticed that I'm in third person now, which was definitely not a thing in 2016. So they made it so that you can be in third person now. So you can now see your avatar. Um, they changed the whole lighting system. So now there's like volumetric lighting. And that really changed the game. They added normal mapping I turn my graphics down just because I'm on two clients and streaming at the same time. But yeah, let's do that. It's coming. Is it becoming dark or is it becoming day? It's becoming night. Okay, so I better get out there quick. Let me just finish this cast and then I'll turn off my. But they added normal mapping, so everything looks a little bit. Everything doesn't look so flat anymore. Like you can see the grooves on the wood here. This wood panel. It's like it looks a little bit bumpy. Let's see if I can get the. No, the sun looks like it's down. The stars are out already, even though it's not even 7. But if the sun was out, you would see the streaming light rays coming through the trees. I have my screen on a really wide field of view, so it kind of looks a little bit, wide. But and keep in mind, I have my settings pretty not high. When I play normally on my own, I have my settings really high, and it's like a lot nicer. But still, it's already nice the way it is here. They have this volumetric lighting. Like you can kind of see it a little bit coming off this this torch, where you see this haze around the lights. They added that to the sun, so the sun coming streaming through is like really nice. Oh yeah, the faraway trees. Oh god, so good. I don't know if you remember, but when you looked really far into the distance, you couldn't see anything. Like it would just be flat land. But now the trees render on distant. Like look, even that mountain over there. You can see the trees distant. It's a little bit clippy, like a little bit, because the terrain still isn't perfectly rendered, but the trees make a big difference. And you can see the volumetric lighting in the sense that from here to that mountain, it's like foggy. It's almost like a little bit of a haze between us and the mountain, which is what you would see in real life if you're looking at a distant object. Whereas it used to be that this would render in being flat and you could see the color perfectly and it would not look hazy. The water got updated since 2016. Now there's waves. You can see the waves coming. Yeah, they made the game look pretty. That's for sure. There's a few things that feel like grinding. Prospecting is one. I'd agree with that. I spent 3 days straight just prospecting, the whole time just thinking, God, when is this going to be over? I definitely agree with prospecting being a grind. Okay, yeah, you turn yours down for rifts and stuff, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying, Taiki, that you're not in a cave because you prefer being outside mining. You don't like being in a cave mining. I like being in a cave mining if I'm making something. Like if I'm making a room in which, should pray here. Maybe right. Actually, no. I'm partway through these. I'll just keep going with this. Let's move this up here. I'm gonna need those meals to opulence on. Where did I put them? Oh, such a mess in here. It's in one of these. There it is. H. I made it H. I'll just bleed it all. You don't mind prospecting as much as some things. At least with prospecting, I see the needle move. Yeah, that's the good thing about prospecting. It does take a few days, but it's only a few days, and then you have it forever. The one thing you miss in Wurm is some better animal sounds. A few too many sounds the same, like snake and rift monsters. Yeah. Yeah, because there was an overhaul of the animal sounds a long, long time ago. In fact, it was Brian who did the overhaul. Because before, a lot of the sounds just sounded flat. But this was like 2013 or something like that. And then since then, they added a whole lot of other stuff, like all the rift stuff. And they didn't make new sounds for any of that. Or maybe they made some new. I don't know. I don't know. It didn't feel like they made new sounds anyway. Okay, where am I? One of these. Okay, there we go. You mute the riffs entirely. Yeah. And you know, the animal sounds, I remember when they first put this system in where the animals would just, like, for example, if you had a big field of cows, all you would hear is mooing the whole freaking time. Like, it would just be nonstop mooing. And people didn't like that, so they got rid of that. Um, but then it's like they changed it to be that they never moo, and I don't like that either. Like, I think that there should be like something that is like, if you have a field of cows near you, you should hear a moo every maybe 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. Something like that, anyway. Like, it should be randomized, but it shouldn't be that each cow now can just moo every 5 to 7 minutes. It should be that there should be a moo sound every so often that you hear. You're like, oh, there's a moo. I don't know how they can do that numeric, like how they can code that in so that you're not overwhelmed with a whole bunch of mooing, but that there's still this ambient sound of you are on a farm. Yeah, having pet wolves and then they howl. Sure. Yeah, yeah. Well, the wolves don't howl, I don't think. I don't think you'll hear howling every so often, but I don't think that that's a wolf. I think that's just ambient noise like the crickets are and the frogs and the ducks. Client-based cooldown for specific sounds. That could be a solution. Make it client side. But the problem with the client side, if you do a client side, then if I hear a moo, then you won't hear a moo, even if we're in the same local. Which I don't know if that's the best way to go about it. Right? Because if somebody says, "Did you hear that?" and the other person's like, "I didn't hear a thing," and it sort of like doesn't work. But I guess the ducks and the crickets are kind of like that. Those are probably I would venture to say that those are client side. If you want ducks, yeah, it's your pet peeve that you hear them but you can't see them or can't have them. Yeah, I guess what are ducks going to be useful for though? You can't just add ducks and then not have them do something or add something to the game. Duck meat, sure, but you know it's just going to be fowl meat, right? Like I don't even think you don't even have chicken meat, right? You just have fowl. You know, one thing is that I think pheasant should produce fowl meat. I don't think pheasant should produce game meat. I think that's just a little bit odd that they give game meat. It's like you kill a crocodile, you get game meat. You kill a pheasant, you get the exact same game meat. That doesn't make sense to me. But if it was like a chicken, I get fowl meat, and then a pheasant, I also get fowl meat. Like it seems like they're about the same thing. I'm sure that pheasant tastes a lot like chicken. If I were to try to imagine what, I don't know. I wonder if they did that so that it makes it so that you are encouraged to keep a chicken farm going to get that fowl meat going, because that's one of the types of meats that I'm having trouble keeping good stock on, is fowl meat. You killed all but one chicken yesterday. And is that enough to keep it going? Like you can, yeah, they are. I bet. But doesn't everything taste like chicken? Could be. It could be that crocodiles do taste like chicken. What else produces game meat? Do deers produce game meat? Oh, you've eaten croc? Yes, you're Australian. I'm sure that seems like something that Australians would eat. Is that, or am I stereotyping? I've watched Crocodile Dundee too many times. Rats give game meat. Stereotyping. Rats give game meat? What the? I guess that makes sense. There's no rat meat. You sure most haven't? Yeah. Keep forgetting about Griffith. He needs to be rope making. Okay, did I finish? I think I finished. Okay. Let's. You know what? Let's just use this up, and then I'll move to doing the low gems. That'll make it easier for me to keep track of what's going on here. Oh, I only got 47. What's Drongo's fault? Making me think that Australians eat crocodile meat? Stereotyping Australians. It's the craziest thing I've ever eaten. I haven't really eaten anything crazy. I'm trying to remember. Have I eaten anything like super crazy? Probably not. I've eaten pig's feet and chicken's feet. I don't know if that's crazy though. Yeah, I just eat. I'm like you, Taiki. I'll try anything. I'll try anything. I'm pretty open to foods, and I'm actually. I don't not like stuff usually. Don't cast Circle of Cunning on the horseshoe. No, don't do that. Well, I mean, I love lobster. Lobster is my number one food of all time. But I wouldn't call that crazy. Isn't lobster like? Yeah, who doesn't love lobster? Exactly. Although, here's the thing: is that there are some people who, from seafood, get like a disgust reaction. I know a bunch of people who have that. So I do understand if some people don't like lobster, but those same people won't like shrimp. They won't like fish. Anything seafood is just like a. It seems like it's a. Yeah, I know, like exactly, but it's like I think it's because they taste something different. At least it feels like that to me. Like they taste something completely different than what I'm tasting. Let's just pause this for a second. I'm gonna get myself set up. Where did I put where are my gems here? Maybe they see bugs, giant bugs. I don't know. I know. I don't. I can't imagine that if they're tasting the same thing I'm tasting. I don't understand how that could be discussed. It doesn't make sense. Okay, all these opals. All these opals are low. Okay. Let's do some low gem grinding now. Let's get rid of some of these. Let's see. Those and any of these emeralds. No, I didn't do any emeralds yet. Let's get all of these. And I'll just take all of the opals and all the diamonds. I might need to get a bowl. Of course. I too far? What did I do? I didn't put that in my backpack. There we go. Okay, and then let's get these in the bowl. And I will just do all these 3 gems. Everything. Let's just get rid of them all. And let's see how far that takes me. Diamonds. Diamonds. Sapphires. And opals. I think I got all my opals. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, that's a good number of low quality gems. I'm probably going to need to eat another sleep powder. And I'm going to also fill up my bars. I don't need channeling. I think I just do it with these. Okay, and then I'll catch up on chat. I mean, I don't know if it's about where I grew up. I mean, I don't live anywhere near where we would catch lobsters. I live in like near Toronto. And so that's not anywhere near the ocean. And getting lobster around here is not, that easy. Just gonna use some of these to start the whole process up. Let's just do 30 of them. I don't think I need too much favor. Let's see, how much is that going to give me? That's going to give me 159. I don't even need that much favor. I don't even need 100. Let's get rid of some of these. Still a lot. Okay. Okay, let's go back up here. Last time you had lobster was in Canada in the 80s. Oh, that is... They don't have lobster over in Finland? Or it's probably super expensive, is what I'd imagine. Okay, let's start this up. This is going to make it so much easier to keep track to... I don't have to keep track of much. See, when you have low quality gems, you don't have to worry, because anything below 10 quality will not store any favor, but instead, a successful cast will just lower the quality by 3, which is really nice. So you're very spoiled in Australia. Your ex used to spearfish. Interesting. We had giant crayfish and various seafoods out the yin-yang. Yeah, that's awesome. That is lucky and very nice to have. And hey, Wicked. Welcome, welcome. A fellow Canadian. You live in the States, though, but you're French-Canadian. I see. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah. I love seafood. It's just such one of my favorite things to eat. So you have seafood restaurants over there, but they're too different from the North American kind. So what is served is various local fish, mussels. You're not going to find the seafood joint that sells deep fried shrimp or lobster. I see. Interesting. I mean, we could just go over to the grocery store, and I bet you I would be able to find lobster there. And it would be good, too. It's just, it would be really expensive. Right, like a 1 pound lobster might cost you $25 or $30. Maybe a 2 pound lobster. I don't know. It's like a decent sized lobster, but it's like if you want to buy a lobster for the whole family, like one each, it's going to be an expensive dinner. And so we save those sorts of things for like really special occasions. I think the last time we just on New Year's Eve, we did that. We bought 4 lobsters, and it came to like just over $100. But you know, the kids love it, and we love it too. So it's definitely worth it for a big celebration like New Year's. And we were not happy because we weren't able to spend New Year's with the family. Like with my extended family because of the lockdown and everything. And so we were like, okay, we got to do something special for this New Year's. Yeah, yeah, you can pick up fresh lobster from the tanks in the stores. Exactly. Yeah, you can maybe find frozen lobster in the grocery store over here, but they'd cost a fortune. Yeah, it does cost a fortune. Like I'm not gonna lie, like lobster is really expensive here. But it won't be frozen. Like you can get it. It'll be lobster sitting on ice, but it'll be fresh. Like you can literally take it home and eat it right as it is. And in some places, you can find tanks with live lobsters, or head to the keg. Right. That's if you want to spend a lot more money on. Like there, you'll spend $60 on a plate if you want lobster. We're just the two of us. Hopefully, we can start doing that again. Yeah, hopefully soon. Oh, really? Not even online store. I mean, there's some restaurants where you'll go and they'll just have this tanks of lobster. Specifically, like Chinese restaurants. There'll be lots of Chinese restaurants that have just tanks of fish and lobster, and you can watch them. They'll take the lobster out. They'll boil them or whatever they do to them. Depends on the restaurant. Same with the fish. Yeah, Red Lobster. Yeah, they do that. Interesting. I definitely am aware that there's quite a few people who don't like seafood. Like I have two sister-in-laws, and both of them are like, even just regular fish, they can't stand it. And I had a friend when I was a teenager. He couldn't stand fish either. And the best that they can explain it is that to them, the smell of the fish activates a disgust reaction in the same way that like really smelly garbage would activate a disgust sensation. And I kind of have a feeling that it's like smell. It's the smell of the seafood, because like how a lot of our taste comes from the smell, and it's just I guess it's just whether or not it activates the disgust reaction. Part of me wonders like if you can change one's perception of that. I don't know. This is much nicer. Like I can just hit the queue up 3 actions here because that's all I got on my priest, and just let it go, and it'll just do 3. This is really nice. So for any of you who don't know why low quality gems are so valuable, this is why. It's right here. Like people want those sub 10 quality gems specifically because if the gem is lower than 10 quality, instead of storing your favor into the gem, what it does is it takes off, I think, I don't know how much favor. Just it's like maybe it might be 5 favor or 7.5 favor. It just takes off a little bit of favor, and it does nothing to store that favor into the gem. but instead it just reduces the gem's quality by 3. But you still get the channeling tick. So you can just queue up, like fill up your favor bar, queue up, and just go to town. Ew, grinding channeling. I know, but here's the thing. It's just it's so it's it's so good to have high channeling. It's so good. The rewards are just like nothing else in this game. So it's totally worth it. Hey, Chef Pee Wee, what's going on? And thanks. Yeah, I'm really loving my new computer. It's like night and day compared to what it was before. I don't even have to think um, about what resources are being used or whatever. Like, can I run this or can I run that? It just works. Yep, queue up and explode gems. Yeah, I love liver. Liver is like it's what's so amazing about liver is people can't stand it. Like Denali, you're saying you can't stand liver, and it's actually a large percentage of the population. It's not like lobster where there's like a split. It's like a large percentage of the population does not like the taste of liver. And so you go to the store and liver is so inexpensive because of that. Like super inexpensive. Like I can get a nice piece of liver that's enough for me to eat like a dinner for like under $2. It takes very little effort to prepare it to make it taste really nice. Like it's like a 10-minute cook. It takes 10 minutes to cook it to the way I like it anyway. Yeah, it's so inexpensive and it's like so nutritious. It's so good. Yeah, exactly. I soak it in milk. Yep. I don't bread it though. I soak it in milk. Yeah, great. Onions. I put mushrooms. Yep. Salt and pepper. And just fry. I just fry it. Oh, I see it. Okay, yeah, not fully bread it, just a little bit of flour. I haven't tried that. I might try that. That's actually a good idea. So I'm very welcome for the cheap liver. Yeah. So okay, so Wicked Sense. You're asking about the storing the the favor. So here's the thing. I personally don't store any favor in gems. I don't use gems to store favor. I don't think that it's a worthwhile for the amount that gems are worth. Like to me, the worth of gems comes from the fact that you can get this much channeling in a short period of time. Like how long have I been doing this for? An hour and a half, maybe? No, more than that. Just like maybe under 2 hours. I've been channel grinding, and I've gotten 0.8 just from my gems, and I'm like partway through my gems. Not, I'm hoping I can get to 80 with my gems. Although I don't think I'm going to make it all the way to 80, but we'll see. Let's see. How many high quality gems do I still have? Not many high quality gems left. And once all the high quality gems are used up, I'm going to just pour them into I have my low quality gems. I'm just going to rip through those. And I might, by the end of this, get over a skill. I might be halfway into 75. I think that the value of gems comes from the fact that you can use them to just channel grind like this. And I don't use gems to store favor. And the reason is because if you take a high quality gem and fill it to the brim with favor in one shot to store for later, when you use up that gem, the quality of the gem just gets completely destroyed. Like if I took this 80 quality gem and filled all my favor into it and used it, it'll be down to like low quality when I go to try to cast on it again. So instead what I do is I store just a very small amount of favor, as small amount as I possibly can, because the act of storing will give me a channel tick. Then I use that favor and then try to store a small amount in it again. And I just do that over and over again often I'll waste the favor on just, on a horseshoe or something. I'll spend it on a horseshoe. But I'm mostly going for favor gain or channeling gains. That's what I'm really focusing on with gems. And then when it comes to, like, if I wanted to cast stuff, like I'm only using cordage for that. Like I'll go into my bins and grab some cordage rope and I'll use that to actually do my casting. I really don't think it's worthwhile using gems to store favor for casting later. And I think I mentioned before, the only reason why you would want to do this, I think, is in a PvP situation where that extra favor might mean the life or death in a PvP battle. But even in a case of rifts, I really don't see the need for wasting gems. Like, just bring a bunch of cordage rope or sack material, plant an altar down in various locations around the field, and it's a 15-second cast, right? And if 15 seconds is what makes or breaks the difference, like if somebody's dying in that 15 seconds, that person would have died anyway. Like, you're not going to be able to keep that person up. But back to food. Liver, man. Now you're making me want to go get some liver. It's like all I want now for dinner is liver. I could do with some lobster, but that would be way too expensive. I could go to the store and for like a couple bucks get a nice piece of liver. Make some broccoli to go with that liver. You know what it is? Like, I think so. Some Perigi, you were saying you don't have a problem with the taste of the liver, just the texture. And I know I kind of understand what you mean. Like, it does have a strange texture. And I know for a lot of people, whether or not you like something does definitely come down to texture. But for me, there was a point, like I used to be very picky when I was younger with food, but there was a point where I don't know what it was that changed, but it was like all of a sudden I was open to more flavors. I don't know what it is. Like I find the good in any flavor or any texture, even though it's not, a lot of people might find it, the flavor or texture, disgusting. I start finding the good in it, like I know a lot of people don't really like the strong IPA beers because of the bitterness of them, and same with like black coffee. Like I started drinking black coffee, and I used to be that person who always had cream and sugar in their coffee. I could never stand the taste of black coffee, and then I got rid of the sugar for another reason, but I couldn't drink it without cream because of the texture. Like the creamy texture of coffee, that was such a big thing for me. But then I eventually got rid of that, and I discovered that there's something about coffee that you don't quite get when you don't drink it black. There's like a sensation. It's a strong bitter sensation. And I think it was that same strong bitter sensation I didn't like before when I drank black coffee. I was like, oh, this is disgusting. But something changed when, I don't know what it is. It's like over time, after experiencing that same taste over long periods of time, like maybe a little bit here, you like taste it, you're like, oh, that's disgusting, and then a year later you try it again, you're like, oh, maybe it's different now. You taste it again and you still think it's disgusting, but then the third time you try it, it's like you notice something that you didn't notice the last two times. I don't know. And once I realized that that is the case for certain things, I went back and started trying all the things I didn't like before to see if I can find that thing in it that I would like. And then the world opened up, like all of a sudden I can eat anything, and I'm looking for the thing that just, you know, tickles the taste bud in that right way. Oh, I'm not casting. Yeah, I don't know. Then the gods gave us decaf so you can keep enjoying it. I don't understand decaf. I don't understand decaf, honestly. Uh, like I can understand for people who can't have caffeine. I mean, it would be like the same as like drinking non-alcoholic beer. I don't understand that. I understand it in the case where you're trying to stay away from alcohol. You can't have alcohol. In the same way, like I can understand if you can't have caffeine, but you want that sensation that you get from drinking coffee. But I don't know. I'll drink a cup of coffee at any time of the day or night and enjoy it. You can enjoy the taste without having to gargoyle through the night. Okay, I maybe I can understand for those people who drink coffee and have trouble sleeping, but with like a cup of coffee, totally can understand that. I'm just lucky to be one of those people who aren't like that. It might have something to do with the fact that I drink too much coffee. Maybe. You know, when you get to a certain point that you've, what's the word, acclimated? Like you're I'm definitely addicted to coffee, that's for sure, or caffeine or whatever, but you can't imagine putting the word liver and in the same sentence. There's something about liver though. There's something about it. It's supremely healthy too. Like it's chock full of nutrients. It's very nutrient dense. But it's like pure protein. It's very, very healthy. You know, one thing I learned was, wolves when they kill something for food, and then the alpha gets the first shot at the food. The first thing it goes for is the heart, and then the liver. The organs are like priority, and somehow it's like they know that those things have the highest nutritional value. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's like so the first thing they go for is those critical organs that they know. So the alpha gets the heart and the liver usually, depending. But like when I found that out, I was like, huh, like what else? Like that's interesting. Like where we humans sort of like we we prize the rump usually or the whatever part is the fattiest, meatiest or whatever, but organ meat is like really, really super, super nutrient dense and low fat. Yep. Orcas. Oh, orcas eat. I see. I'm like thinking we don't eat orcas. Okay, orcas. Yeah, they eat some parts of animal. Yeah, exactly. Like animals seem to have this intuition that they know. Yeah. I'm curious to know here if I can sustain casting without having to put more favor down into the without using my cordage, I mean. Like I'm gonna spend this and then I will have two little favor just cast, but then I can cast right away. I wonder how much I can keep that up. Because it does seem like a shame to waste my cordage on this. I also wonder, does cloth reduce your favor regen rate? If I take off my cloth armor, will I regen favor faster? Yeah, now I have to wait a tick. Oh well. And I can't. What's it called? I can't queue it all up. So Drogos, you like liver. You used to eat lamb liver a lot before, but harder to get these days. Interesting. Here, it's like cow liver that is usually available, but it's so available. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that if I go to the store, there will 100% be cow liver. And no doubt it'll be less than $2 for like a pound. I'm not sure about lamb liver, although it's possible. Like they'll have veal liver, like the young cow liver. But honestly, I feel like it's because if it doesn't go to the supermarket, it like goes to be ground up for like animal food or something like that because it's so not wanted. The demand for liver is very low. Of course, yeah, you totally can freeze it. Yeah, it's just like meat. It works just like meat. Yeah, and now every time that we have turkey dinner for anything like Thanksgiving or something, um, I'll always make sure that the turkey comes with the giblets because it'll come with the heart, the liver, and it's like just tacked on in an extra little bag that you get. And that's the part that I really like. Yeah, just be prepared that it has an off-putting taste. A lot of people don't like the taste of it. It's something that you I'll put it this way, it's like an acquired taste. It's an acquired taste. So you'll taste it if you've never tasted liver before, the first time you're probably not going to like it. In the same way that when you're a child and the first time that you smell coffee or alcohol, you're not going to like it. Like it has that same kind of like, oh, how could anybody like this? It's disgusting. But I feel like you can acquire a taste in almost anything. It just takes some patience and perseverance and open mindedness and willingness to try something that might be disgusting again. You just got to try it again and again, sort of thing. You're not concerned about the taste, more about yeah. It does have. How do I describe the texture? It's like mm, yeah, it definitely doesn't have the best texture. That's for sure. And actually, a lot of people say that that's the thing that they don't like about liver. What's the texture of liver? It's like I don't want to say it's the closest word I can come to is like slimy, but it's not quite slimy. Maybe like if you ever had tofu, but it doesn't fall apart like tofu. Okay, you've had chalky. Only if it's not prepared very well. If you overcook the liver, it comes out chalky. Like where it's dry and it's crumbly and you don't. Yeah, I don't like it that. Like I would prefer it not like that. I prefer it more like rare or medium rare. You know, like it's cooked. It's cooked, but it's not overcooked. You know, like think of steak, right? Like if you've ever eaten a well done steak, it just tastes like it has like that. It's not quite chalky, but it's dry. So if you overcook the meat, it becomes dry. Whereas a lot of people like the juicy type of meat, like it's like more flavorful and tender. So I like my liver where it's a little bit more tender. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible that the taste is about the same. So it doesn't change the taste, it just changes the texture. So if all you can think, like if you don't like the texture of liver and your mind is like thinking, "Oh, well, that's because it's so dry and chalky and crumbly." Maybe try it less well done. You'll still have the same taste, but it won't be so crumbly. It'll be more soft. I don't know what the word is though for it. It's not slimy, but it's like bouncy, like jello-y. But it doesn't fall apart like jello, or it doesn't fall apart like tofu. It's, I don't know, more bloody. Hey, Seppuku. Yeah, I do like my meat bloody. And liver, you can eat it like that too. You can eat it rare. I liked it cooked a little bit more than rare though. Less bloody, more. Okay, this cordage is almost done here. Look at this, almost a whole point in channeling here. Also, what you make with the liver makes a difference. Like mushrooms and onions are usually a go-to for most people, and those complement it very, very well. I might toss in a bit more favor here. Don't think I need too much. Maybe 15 ropes. Let's see how much is 15 ropes. 79 favor. Sure, let's do that. I spent all the worm funds into under 10 quality gems again. Actually, all of these gems I obtained myself through prayer and mining. So I don't know if you can see it down here, but my prayer is now 70. Finally got my prayer to 70. So I really pushed the prayer. And boy, does prayer give a lot of gems. Yeah. And I've already worked through quite a bit of them. So I got a couple more stacks down here, 28 and then 35. And then these are my non-low quality gems still. I need to bring those down, which I was doing before. Earlier in the stream, I was bringing a lot of the higher quality gems down to low quality, and now I just switched over to this because it's a little bit easier to concentrate on chat when doing the low quality gem grind. Yep, not a bad amount at all. There's quite a few gems here. I mean, it's taken a while to obtain them, that's for sure. But they're definitely paying off right now, that's for sure. I wonder. I have my thing set on the view set on Xander. But I wonder if I do a... Let me just see if I can do something here. Just gonna put that away. Okay, and now if I... Okay, there we go. Now we can see what Griffith is doing. So one thing I really appreciate is that they added this feature where you can just press a keybind and it will turn the WEMP plants into WEMP fiber. There's a keybind now for crush. Because it used to be that you had to go into the the menu. And that makes a big difference. At least for me. If you're moving a lot of WEMP, and you're taking, if let's say I wanted to take all this WEMP, this 8,900 WEMP, and turn it into fiber, it would take some time to do that. And there was this one time where I was picking up some WEMP from somebody. I think it was 20,000 WEMP. So I drove over there with my boat, and they had the 20,000 WEMP in a bulk storage bin, but it was in plants. And I forgot to bring something to carry it in. So what I started doing was I started just taking it over and combining the plants together and putting into the boat. But the problem is that plants take up a lot more volume than fiber. So I filled up the boat and I still had more to go. And so I was like, okay, I know that fiber takes a lot less volume. So I pulled it out, crushed it, then combined it, then dragged it to the boat. And I just kept doing that over and over and over again. But back then they didn't have a keybind for crush. And so it was literally like I would drag it over. I'd have to right click, go down to crush, click crush, then come back up here, combine the stack, and then drag it back into the boat. And I had to do this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. And it was just getting so annoying. Mostly, whoops, what am I doing? I'm not praying. I'm so used to praying. I would often, when I'm right clicking and I go to the crush, I would often miss it. Like, let's see what happens if I just grab one. What is the option that I kept hitting? Pick seed, right. So you come down to try to crush, but if you accidentally misclick and you hit pick seed, it turns all of the big stack that you just did into seeds. So now you're sitting there with 80 something seeds. And, if you're doing this hundreds of times and you hit pick seed like 3 or 4 of those times, it's just like annoying, just super annoying. You just wasted the WEMP and now you have seeds that you don't know what you're going to do with. And at that time, I made a suggestion on the forums, like add a keybind for crush. And it took like 3 years until they actually finally did. But I'm very, very happy that it's in now. Yeah, it was a nightmare. It was really annoying. It took over an hour to move the WEMP into my boat. Whoops, I am not on Xander. Yeah, very glad that they changed that. Now I can do it this way where I'm looking at Xander to see when he's done. Now I'm using my rare rope tool. I do have another rope. Another rope tool. Let me just see. I did bring it over to Xander for holding on to for a second. Let me just see, where did I put it? Here it is. It's 81. This one's faster. Let me just test it out, how much faster it is. And is higher quality. So let's see. This one here is 5.7. Just make sure he's not. And the second one is 6.1. 7.8. .3. Okay, let's try this one. Should probably drink, but how much faster? 5.1. 5.3. 5.6, 7.1. Much faster. The question is, which one gives higher output? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think I can move that while it's being used. Move that. And let's... Oh, I don't have water to drink. I have to drink my COC water. Yeah, so this one's much faster. It is higher quality and has higher WOA. I'm so afraid to cast to improve this WOA here. I don't want it to be destroyed. For you, the mix keybinds for natural substance was revolutionary. Huh. What's the mix? Oh, the mix keybind. Huh. Trying to remember now. I did the natural substance grind on my old character. I'm pretty sure they did not have the keybind then. I don't even know if I noticed that they added a keybind for mix. You know what they really need to do is make it so that you can do healing covers in the crafting window. For some reason, like it's not something that you can create in the crafting window. And I think it has to do with the fact that there are so many different combinations of items that will create, and they would have to code each one in manually, and that it would just take forever. But honestly, they should just get around to doing it. You know, making something. I know it would probably be very inefficient to do this by what's it called? Manually inputting each possible combination. Because there'd be billions of them. I think. If not more than billions. There must be some way. There must be some way. Oh, the discard keybind. Nice. I didn't know that they added a discard keybind. That's nice that they added that. You know what I did, what I would do instead of discarding was I would combine the stone shards. I think it because you can combine while you're mining, right? So like you're mining, and you just pick up a whole bunch, combine, drop, pick up, combine, drop, and you just do that, and it allows you to store so many more. Yeah, that's what I used to do before as well. Yeah, I mean, I know like if you're gonna get rid of this stone shards anywhere, let them rot anyway, then destroying them is an option. But I guess this way you can have them there in case you want to keep them, I suppose. Oh, really? It wasn't enough, eh? Oh boy. Wow. That's a lot of surface mining. Like it's not enough even like with like using every tile. That's a crazy amount. It's definitely a crazy amount. Okay, now that I'm getting into a groove, I kind of wanted to do something here. Hey, J Popper. Yeah, I know. It's been a while. This is my first stream back from a break, and hopefully we'll see more. Let me just see. I did want to look at some of the forums before I head off and share my thoughts about some things. I see you see me most often popping up in Casper's ED streams. Yeah, every so often I'll pop in over there and hang out for a bit. Let's see here. Now I don't want to go through the update. Really. Not only was it so long ago, I also feel like it'll get my blood boiling a little bit. There was a couple. There was a you know what? There's one thing I want to show you that I really thought was not only crazy but just, and on some level it gets my blood boiling. Let me just see if I can get to it. Where is it? Where is it? It's here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Okay, I found it. Just give me a second to start up these cues. And then let's see if I can... Will this work? Ah, there we go. Okay, so it's going to cover me for a little bit, but that's okay. Cover my character. Let's just make it big. Push it over. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is the most recent patch notes. It was June 17th, which is, not that long ago, less than a month. But there was one bullet point in here that made me so happy. And it was, hold on. I just saw it. Now I can't see it anymore. Ah, here it is. This one, right here. When I saw that, I was like, I can't believe they fixed that. How did it go so long that was a bug? That's been a bug since as far as I can remember. Like way back at the beginning, it was a bug. And it comes in it's a bug fix that comes in the midst of a whole bunch of other fixes that are specifically geared towards this recent update. Right, exactly. I was like, what? They fixed that bug? So like now, if I go and rename this bin, right? I can't rename it because I'm not the owner of it, but let me just do it with Griffith. If I go to rename this bin to, let's say, low quality, and this is the reason why none of these bins are named at the moment, it is now low quality. Now, if I wanted to rename it before, I would rename it, and then one option is I could log out and log back in, and then I'll see the rename. Well, you can't see. Oh yeah, because of this. Yes. Okay, but you can see now it's named low quality, or like I can rename this. Oh, I can only rename some of them because some of them I'm not the owner of. Honestly, that needs to be fixed too. That's a fix that needs to happen. Right, because okay, let me just finish on this first. Is that if I rename this again to something else like blah, and then all of it, like it's now renamed blah. Whereas before you would have to log out and log back in order to see it, the new name, or you would have to push or pull it to see the new name. It just seems like so annoying that you couldn't rename something and have its name show up immediately. Right, the swimming sound bug fix. Yeah, that's another one that was in there. That's been in the game so long. And it makes me wonder, like, why did those bug fixes come in now? And so I was thinking, maybe it's because they hired that new dev and they set that new dev to the task of just, here's our list of bugs, just pick one of them and just see what you can do. Right? Like that might have been his or her. I don't know if it's a male or female or doesn't matter. The new dev, pick one of these bugs, just go fix it. And that might be why we're seeing these random things that are completely unrelated to the update. And now another option is that by doing some of these updates, they noticed the reason why those old bugs were there. That's another thing that could have been. Right? Like when building the I don't know, the new hitching posts mechanics, they realized, oh, it's because of that line of code that it's doing that. It could have been that as well. We need to make more roles owners of stuff too. Then just make character locked an option is a pain for villages. Yes, totally. Okay, so that brings me back to that thing, which is like the reason why I can't rename this bulk bin because Griffith was not the person to put it down. I honestly don't know who put it down, and there's honestly no way of knowing. Maybe it was Xander. Let's see. Yes, it was Xander. So I'd have to go over to the character and see that he can rename that one. But what's messed up is that Griffith can empty out everything from this bulk storage bin, pick it up, and then put it down and then have ownership of it. Right? He doesn't have ownership to change the name of it, but he has ownership to do pretty much everything else, including being able to do something that would allow him to change the name. So what I think they should do is make it so that if I have the ability to pick up the item into my inventory, I should also have the ability to rename it. Right? This way, anybody who has permission to literally steal it could also be able to rename it. Like renaming it should seem like a lower priority than stealing it, sort of thing. And if I invite somebody to this house that I trust enough and give them permission to essentially take anything that they want, there should also be the inclusion of allowing them to rename anything that they want too. You know? So we have a constant fight in your village, kind of always taking all crates into a wagon and out again so that I can rename one when needed. Exactly. Exactly. Like, I don't know. It just feels like such an annoyance. So I have on the old deed, like on not the old deed, but the deed on the old servers, there's a bulk storage bin there that's like full to the brim of just random stuff. It's like to empty it out would be super annoyance. And it's owned by somebody else because somebody else had put it in. Now that person hasn't played the game for ever, and So the only way that I could rename it is if I emptied out the entire contents of it, picked it up, dropped it, and then rename it, which I haven't mustered the gall to do. It's just like so much effort just to rename it. It just doesn't seem like it's worth it, you know? What do I think of the inbreeding warning feature? Well, I like it. I'm not a breeder, so it doesn't affect me. And I just was brought aware earlier in the stream by Catspur, who said, if the parents die, then the information about who the parents were is gone from the horse, but inbreeding can still happen between two siblings. And I didn't know that. So it adding this new feature of the inbreeding warning is just a quality of life feature that, makes it it makes it near impossible for you to accidentally inbreed, which is nice. But because I'm not a breeder, I didn't really feel the negative effects of that. So I don't really know to what degree it would have affected me if I were to be a breeder. Yeah, I haven't seen it in action, no. And I mean, I can imagine what it would look like. Like you go to try to breed two things and it says, you would inbreed here. And I'd be like, okay, like don't do that. I can see that it's like a nice little warning that would prevent you from accidentally inbreeding. Like I did a little bit of breeding before. I just don't know to what extent did inbreeding by accident happen, right? I wouldn't know. And because I didn't know that after the parents died that the inbreeding still could happen, I could have accidentally inbred before without wanting to or realizing it, and that this would have prevented that. I don't know if I would go as far as saying that this is a game changer though, because to the extent to which the inbreeding accidentally happened, I don't see this changing too much. Like it would maybe save one foal here and there, and it would be a foal that you don't even notice. You didn't even know. You wouldn't have noticed that you inbred. You would just see, oh, there's a negative trait, and that negative trait could have happened by random chance anyway. I don't know, but I'm not a breeder, so like maybe to those breeders it does make a big difference, especially to those who are trying to really keep track of who the parents were and spending all the time like using Granger and stuff like that. Yeah, you can actually play the game without Granger. Exactly. So like before you would have had to use Granger in order to prevent that from happening, or have some way of recording manually the parents. I can see that being a pain. So if you were the type of breeder who painstakingly manually recorded the parents of every animal, and then every time you went to breed, you would have to go look up your list to see, are these two siblings? Okay, so if you were doing that before, this is like a game changer for you. And for those people who are using Granger before to keep track of this, it might be like now you don't have to open Granger anymore. So it changes it in that way. Yeah. Okay, and Denali, you're saying you would still use Granger because it's easier to get an overview of what animal has what traits. Yeah. Granger is still great for keeping track of what animals you have. Totally. So I never got to the breeding state. Like I never bred to the point where I'm using Granger. So all I did was I would have like a few breeding pairs of horses. They would all have the right traits that I wanted, and I would just breed them. And if if the animal didn't have the same traits, I'd kill it, and if the animals had the same traits, I'd keep it. That was basically all I did. Now with the new breeding system in place, you couldn't do that anymore. I don't think. So I almost feel like Granger is now going to become a thing. I'm sure that it's going to take a bit for Granger to be updated. Am I right about that? Like it hasn't been updated yet, has it? Yeah, so many traits, exactly. That's this. Okay, so Alder said he was close. He's working on it. Yeah. Although the new ID in Wurm also made it a lot easier to ID stuff. What new ID? Like, do you mean like that massive string of numbers that IDs each item? So Alder's also working on a version 4, so he's not in a hurry to update this old version. I see. Interesting. When you inspect, so you get a window instead of all the text in the event. Oh, I see. Okay, so examining, you mean? Like when you're looking at a horse and you examine, instead of getting the text down here, you have a window that opens up that tells you all the traits and who the parents were, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's nice that that's there. Again, I'm not a breeder, so like honestly, this update didn't really change anything for me. It didn't add anything for me to do or subtract anything. Unless I at one point or another decide I'll get into breeding at some point, and maybe that's possible in the future. I've never really been a breeder. Um, as I said, the only thing I really bred before were those horses, just to keep our horse stock up. And I honestly only did that by already having like I bought horses and I would just breed them, get the baby, and if the baby did not have the same traits as the parents, I kill it. Like that's how I just kept my horse stock up. And it wasn't for selling or anything. It was just for hitching them to our own carts and replacing old horses that were not surviving. Give it a try, Griff. Yeah, maybe. I mean, at the beginning of this server, I did keep a few sheep and I did breed them and sheared them for wool and stuff like that. But I stopped that. I did get my animal husbandry up to 29. My main reason to get the animal husbandry up was just to care for more creatures and to be able to see traits on horses. But I never really seriously. I probably need to do a little bit more work to be able to see all the traits still. Oh, give the inspect animal management option to try. Yeah, I've done. I have seen it. Let's do it with. Oh, Griff is overburdened. Let's wait for this cast to finish. Turn off this. Let's go see. No, he's also slow. So let me. Oh, it's right here. Let's just put this here. There we go. Okay. So yes, inspect animal. So it's this window here. Okay, so this was one of the old 5 speeds from before. So we still have the mother and father's name here. It does say it's a wild creature, which is definitely not a wild creature. right? That's right. This is not a wild creature. It has a name and it has a mother and father. So there's something wrong there. Um, and they have these points now. Yeah, I know. That's definitely a bug. There's lots of bugs I've heard. Also, I don't know what these are. What are these? Miscellaneous question mark? Are those like to show that it could have two more traits but doesn't? Or is that because I don't have high enough oh, okay. I don't have high enough animal husbandry. Right, so I got my animal husbandry enough that I could see the five speed traits, the old five speed traits, right? These ones. So that's what I was really going for. Like, I wanted to be able to inspect an animal and be able to tell, does it have the five speed traits? But I wouldn't be able to tell if it has any negative traits because my animal husbandry skill is not high enough for a lot of those. Um, I mean, it could be that this is a spark, right? It could be a spark one. Can't remember if this one has spark or not. Probably. And maybe the bred in captivity, as Denali's saying. Category now shows. Oh, right, miscellaneous. I see. So it must be like spark, and then the bred in captivity. So yeah, still some bugs to work out apparently with this. Also, I've heard that sometimes these numbers don't add up to this number, or something or another like that. Yeah, how is it wild? Exactly. Exactly. That's definitely a bug. It's definitely been bred in captivity, that's for sure. But last one is a rare one. Wait, now there's two more speeds. Oh yeah, yes, yes, yes. One for faster speed in shallow water, which is woo. I guess if you're riding along the shore, it might mean that you can then go over to the water and get faster speed. And one that makes the speed traits happen more often. I heard that it's not that it makes all of the speed traits happen more often, is it? More steadfast, steady, fast speed? I don't know. I'm going to have to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Okay, let's see. You just think one of them, it just makes it contain a faster speed or like trigger the boost more often. Yeah, I've heard several conflicting things about that last rare speed trait. So until we know exactly what it does, I don't want to speculate. It does sound like it's going to make either it's going to make all of the traits trigger more often. So it will, and some people are claiming it will make all of the traits, all of the speed traits, always be triggered in the same way that hell horses are. I'm just going to pray once. And some people are saying that it's a separate speed trait that is always active. So it itself is an extra speed trait, but the thing is that speed trait also is always active, whereas the other ones will still not. I don't know. It's unclear exactly based on what I've read so far. Okay, what did I do with my gems? Okay, and I need more water. And actually, while I'm here, I'm just gonna top up on my bars. Okay, you just got the water one, but never actually seen it work. I wonder why they didn't add another. They should have added a speed trait. And I know they added it as a draft trait, but they should have added it as a speed trait where the horse goes faster on inclines. Wait, am I right that they added that as a draft trait? Because it's more often that you are going up an incline than it is that you're riding in water. And so it might be that the best combination would be where you have the three speed traits, the three common speed traits, possibly the fourth rare one. And then you have a fifth trait that's makes it go up hills faster. Right? Because I mean, obviously, you would want that on. I'm talking about like if I want to create the fastest horse. Ugh. Let's take a look at this together. Let's where will I find that? Is that on the not on that post? Let me see if I can find it first. Man. Is it in the barnyard business one? No. It's probably not in City Hall. It's in website news probably. In the May 26 patch notes? Yes. Okay, let's bring this up. Okay, so let's take a look at this. I'm going to just turn off my sleep bonus for now. All right, Denali. Thanks for hanging out. Good night. Okay, let's see here. Where are the traits? Okay, here. It's these ones. These are the newly added ones. Okay, he has a very strong legs, muscles, movement, speed bonus. Okay, so it changed to speed. Okay, so keen senses. That's the one that it moves faster in shallow waters. Okay. Increased max rideable slope. I wonder how much it increased it by. Because that seems like one that you might want on a horse that you're using to explore, right? It'll allow you to get to places a little bit better. Where's the one that I was looking for? The one that it says Cooker has some chance to pass away. Okay, reduces output. Decreases. No, don't want to decrease rideable slope. Maybe there wasn't one that increases the speed on a slope. Yeah, I don't see it. So that would have been one that would have been nice, right? Like increases the minimum speed that the horse is going to go. Could have also been one, but like increase or decreases the penalty of riding up a slope, so you're not going as slow uphill as you were before. That would have been a good one. Yeah, there's one for being able to ride along more steep slopes. So I saw that one. That's this one. Do you happen to know how much more? Right, speed. Yeah. Like, while it's nice that they added a whole bunch of these, I feel like they missed an opportunity there for other ones. Right, like increasing speed does not only mean increasing max speed. Right, you can only share anything that Demon is sharing. Afraid, yeah. Why is that? Is that? Are you hinting at the fact? Oh, I see. You can't go into the particulars as how much the max rideable slope is. I mean, I guess all it would take is somebody who finds a horse with that slope to just do a couple tests. It'll soon be common knowledge. Which is, again, back to that thing about discovery. I am somewhat on the side of it's better to not know, and that it. But then the moment somebody discovers it, then everybody knows. So I'm not sure how much you're forestalling. You're stalling it, but yeah. But like the same thing will go with boats. Back to the whole increasing minimum speed is that if there were traits that that made it so you didn't go as slowly in certain situations. Right, there's a super swimmer. Are there only base 4 speed horses now, with the last speed trait being rare? Yes. There's actually really only 3 speeds that I think matter. The 4th speed trait is that you go faster when you're riding in water, which is very rare. So that one I could do without that one. And then the 5th speed trait is one that makes it so that, let's see if we can read the. Where is it? It's got to be here somewhere. There it is. It is unbelievably fast. It says always on speed bonus, similar to hell horses. Okay. Now, this wording is extremely poor in that it can be interpreted in at least 3 different ways. Like, I don't like how it says similar to hell horses because, first, it implies that you understand how hell horses worked. And they haven't explained that. But the way I think hell horses work is that they have the same speed traits as horses, like lightning movement and all that. But with horses, it's like sometimes those traits are active and sometimes they're not. So sometimes you're moving fast and sometimes you're not. And so one way to interpret this statement is that all of your other speed traits, such as lightning movement and, the other ones, all of those ones act similarly to as they would on hell horses, and therefore you will always go top speed, which isn't actually true because on a hell horse, when you get on a hell horse, it could be that you start off not at top speed because some of the traits aren't active just yet. But after a little bit of time, they become active, and then they don't become unactive again. You stay at max speed. So one way to interpret this one is that it'll make horses similar to hell horses. I've had other people say that that's not the case, that this one is a separate speed trait that will increase the speed of your horse, and that it's this speed trait that is always on. But the other ones will still go on and off like regular. And then, yeah. I even saw somebody interpret it in a different way, but actually now I'm reading this, it's like it can't be interpreted that way. Which is, they said that maybe it only increases the rate in which it's on, that it's on some more often than it's off. But it says here specifically always on speed bonus. Always on speed bonus. So now it's whether or not this is a separate speed trait that will make your horse go faster, and that this speed trait is always on. Or it makes it similar to hell horses, which is it makes all the other traits always on, but doesn't itself add any more speed. I guess we'll never know until somebody gets it and can test it out. Hey, creepy finger guns. I know, honestly. Like, this could have been easily avoided by just saying another couple words here and not compare it to speed to hell horses. Like, don't say it's the same as hell horses, because if it's the same as hell horses, then that means that what it's going to do is make all the other ones always stay on, but then it itself is not going to make you go faster. Now that's a shame, because what that means is that there's really only 3 speed traits in the game, if that's the way that. So I'm going to interpret it. I'm going to say, let's just suppose this makes it similar to hell horses, okay? So it itself will not increase the speed, but it'll make it so that all the other speed traits are always on. Then what that means is that your horses will not go faster than what they did before. Like, unless you're in water and you have this water one, but forget the water. It means however fast your 3-speed horse can go, that's how fast you can go. Like, you can't go any faster than that. So this brings me back to the thing I was wanting to say before, which is what they should have done is made it so that there is traits that increase your minimum movement speed. Right? Because if you're out adventuring, it actually doesn't matter what your max speed is. I mean, max speed matters, but that's not the only thing that's going to increase your travel time. What will increase your travel time is anything that will increase average movement speed. Hey, Garaz. I'm glad to be back. Okay, so just to finish off that idea, things like increasing movement speed up hills, increasing the minimum speed of a horse, like just flat out, just saying that this horse has a minimum speed of 25. So when it's like all the active traits are off, it's still going 25 instead of 21, let's say. Making it so that its speed while turning is faster, right? Because when the moment you start trying to turn, you slow down. So any traits that would increase minimum speed would also be beneficial to speed overall. I don't know. I feel like there was a missed opportunity here with a lot of them, and this actually there's a lot of other places where I could expand on how they could have made this a little bit better overall. Similarly with the draft stuff. I'm a little bit miffed at how slow my cart goes, and I'm curious to know with a fully loaded cart, like completely as much stuff, as much weight as I can put in there. If I put on, the best draft animals, whatever they turn out to be, whether it be mules or bison or whatever it is, or horses, if I put on the best draft animals, will I still be able to get a cart to go 30, let's say? Or more? Because before the thing, I had a cart that went 30, and it didn't have anything more than two hell horses that had some, mid-level horseshoes on them. And the cart, it wasn't rare or anything. It wasn't a special cart or anything like that, and it was going 30 kilometers an hour. And now that same cart is going 15 or 16 or something like that. Actually, that's not true. I didn't try it with the hell horses because when I got back, the hell horses had disengaged. So I put on my ebony horses, my 5-speed ebony horses with full on gear, and they were going 16 or something like that. And I was like, okay, now my cart is going half the speed it was going before, and that's when it was empty. So if I put in more stuff in there, then and Creepy Finger Guns, you're saying you have a 4-3 draft horse on your wagon and haven't gotten to my old speeds yet. That's annoying. I really don't like updates that make it so that you have to work really hard just to get back to where you were before the update. Like, to me, that means that the update didn't add anything. It just subtracted things and made it harder to get to a level that isn't quite as good as it was before. I don't understand that logic. Like, why would that feel good? I don't know. Right, the update was a nerf, right? Which makes you wonder, like, of all things to nerf in this game, I don't think travel speed is one of them. I don't think there's a need to nerf travel speed in this game. Right? Like, there's not a need to nerf travel speed in this game. This game takes forever to travel anywhere to begin with. I don't know. I don't know. It would have been nicer if they made it so that empty carts go faster than they did before. But full on cart, like if your cart is completely full, then it goes the same speed as it did before. Right? It's all a plot from the mule lobby. I mean, has anybody figured out whether or not mules are better at pulling carts? Because I'm sure there's mules now. I'm sure somebody's bred mules by now. Because it just takes donkeys and horses, right? And even with like non-traded mules, you can go and check: is a mule better than a donkey, or is a mule better than a bison, or is a mule better than a horse? You can test that with non-traded anythings. And it almost seems like that wouldn't be something anybody would want to keep secret either, because if it is discovered that mules are better, then it will turn out that the people who are able to sell draft mules first are going to be the richest. And it would be to their advantage to let everybody know, hey, these mules will pull faster than anything else. You don't think a donkey can pull a wagon? Okay, can a donkey pull a cart? And Drogo said, I thought if we play the game and create new draft horses, then carts would be even quicker than before. So there's definitely a difference between wagons and carts. Okay, so from what I have been hearing, if we're just talking about wagons for a second, people are saying that with horses, if you get draft horses, so here's Creepy Finger Gun saying 3 draft traits on all 4 horses on a wagon do not give you the same speed as you had before with 4 5-speed horses. Now, I'm not sure like whether or not like how accurately you tested that, Creepy. Like, did all the horses before have the exact same gear, or were you comparing them to hell horses? Because hell horses on a wagon were killer before; they were awesome. But if it's like, just take these same 4 horses, like the 5-speed horses, fully geared, and then you swap them out to the 3 draft horses, fully geared. If those 2 have the exact same speed, that would be disappointing. In terms of carts, my sense is that because I haven't gotten the draft horses, but the speed horses that were the 5 speeds from before definitely are causing the cart to go slower than they did before, but not by much. Like, it might be 3 kilometers per hour slower now, or 2 kilometers per hour, or something like that. Which makes sense if, let's say, I replaced those with draft horses, that I could get faster. So you predict top traded mules will pull heavy wagons faster. Why else have them, I wonder? Right, I wonder as well. I would predict that as well. Mules. Yeah. Can donkeys pull carts? Or is it they can't pull anything? You can't hitch them at all? I mean, donkeys being something that new players can ride, that's awesome. And I did see a stream of a player who started a fresh character and was playing with a bunch of other people, and he got onto the donkey, and the donkey was going over 13 kilometers per hour, which is also a big thumbs up for me. I think that will definitely allow new players something to ride that's actually reasonable in terms of its speed. It's not like a cow where the cow's going 8 kilometers an hour. Like 13 kilometers an hour feels like worth it. And I'm wonder, like, can you put a saddle on a donkey? Can you put horseshoes on a donkey? You're at least okay with your cart going slower for a bit if you can get new draft horses that would make the cart go faster than ever before. I totally agree with that. I'm totally okay sacrificing a bit of speed if it means that I can eventually get faster speeds than before. It's just from what I'm hearing, people are saying it almost feels like you're doing all this work to get those draft horses only to get the same speeds as before, which would be very unfortunate. And I suppose we don't really know yet. Like, we don't know the definitive answer until we get enough of these animals around and people can start doing their testing of these things. Uncle Pyron, thank you so much for that raid. How's it going? Glad to see you in here. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while. I've been popping into your stream recently, like getting back into streaming. part of it for me was watching a whole lot of streams. I'm doing good. Um, Getting some cordage rope made, doing some channel grinding on this guy. So far today, let's see how much channel skill did we get? 1.3. Wow, 1.3. So let me think about this. I've been streaming for 4 hours, but for the first hour, I wasn't channel grinding. We were farming and just chatting away. And we started channel grinding probably at about the hour or hour and a half mark, somewhere in there. I'll have to go back and look. So in 3 hours or so, let's say, I've gotten 1.3 channel skill. That feels good. I feel really good about that channel grind. And I still have plenty of gems. I still have more gems in here and more gems in here. Plenty of gems to go through. Let's just pull these low quality gems. Let's see how much of these low quality gems we can go through. I think these ones are all still high, above 10, right? Yeah, all these are above 10. Yep. Okay. Yeah, doing very well. And since I came back to the game, I spent some time working on my prayer, right? So I got my prayer to 70, which is bringing me really close to benediction. I think about when I started playing again about a week and a bit ago, and it was at 64. I want to say 64 prayer. So I put in a bunch of time praying. And now my benediction journal looks like this. Oh, which reminds me. I can do now. Let's just turn this off for a second once this cast is done. Hey, Zindusk. So what is the fastest way of channel grinding? Just going to do a sermon here. I have heard this, that it's not the fastest way. I totally... Okay, let's see. Inflict a 50 damage head wound. Are you kidding me? Okay, but a 50 damage head wound, wouldn't that eventually get worse? And I've heard of this phrase, wound freezing. Stabilize with a cover. An opulence to 99. You're joking, right? Like, does the 50 damage head wound just add a difficulty modifier? Is that what it does? Cuts your effective channeling down to damage divided by 73. What an odd number. Holy. Okay, hold on. Cuts your effective channeling down to damage divided by 73. So, but then a 50 damage would bring it to like sub 1 channeling. So that doesn't make sense because like then you could have a 1 damage wound and then it would cut your effective channeling to 1/73rd. Oh, I see. It's a percentage reduction, of course. Okay. I see. So let's say so my channel is 75, and so it would take off 68%, or is it down 2 or down? Right. Okay. Yeah. So it removes that as a percentage from your channeling and that's your effective channeling. Okay. Let's try this. And it has to be a head wound. Okay, neck. It has to be like this. Specifically neck. Examine the wound. Okay, so I didn't know that the neck was a spot. I thought it was head or face or body or arms, legs, feet, hands. I didn't know there was a neck spot. Um, any suggestions on how I can get? I'm thinking like I just climb up there and just fall. Any other suggestions? It has to be neck wound though. How do people go about getting these wounds? This silly crab here. Use an alt and hit yourself with a two-hander while wearing cloth. Okay. Okay, let's do that. Let me see if I can get a neck wound here. Will the neck wound show up on my head? This is really odd. I've heard of this being used, but I didn't. Let's just get him close to Griffith. I never really got into figuring out exactly how it works. Okay, let's show up on my head. Find a dragon and let it pass you. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Aim upward. Okay. And just like a duel would work, right? Like a duel? Sparring. Duel. And yes, I will like to duel. Although he's already like super injured, so I don't want to kill him, but let's see. That would be illegal here. Let's change that. I don't know if I have the ability to change it on this character. Okay, let's just empty this guy. He can't walk like he is. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Let's see how this goes, because I'm kind of interested in this. I'm guessing this works similarly for all other skills too. Like getting a wound will increase effectiveness of stuff. Like or okay, Syndusk. Rocket League, nice. All right, thanks for the tip, and I'll see you next time. Okay, let's bring these two out here. This is all for science, of course. And sweet gains. Okay, so Xander, you stand right there while I whack you with the stick. Whoops. I did that, right? Okay, yeah. And I need to hit him upwards. Whoa! I whacked him in the body. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, he might need to get a little bit of a heal before, and I didn't get a face because I didn't change to upwards in time. Okay, so let's get some cotton. But he did get a medium wound, which is only 18. I don't know if I'm going to get up to 50. This might take some time, actually, right? Oh, God. Where's all my cotton? Let's heal all this stuff up. And I want to see if I have first aid kits. Of course, I don't see any. I know where there are some, though. Yeah, keep an eye on the death tabs. I think they are sparring, and so should be okay. You know what I also might do is I might, instead of using a staff, because I can't imagine the staff is going to be as good as, let's say, a huge axe or something like that. Let's oh God. Okay, I hit him in the stomach. This is not going well. How do I end this? Okay, I just want to get in there in order to get. There we go. Okay, in this big mess of stuff, there's got to be something. What about a long spear? I have a supreme long spear. Let's try that. Let's do a couple tests here. A bruise is the best. Staff is better. Okay, you want to attack center high. Okay, good idea. Equip after ice. And then I want to also look for those healing covers. This is definitely a learning curve. So I'll need to stabilize it with a healing cover. Which I know I have healing covers in here somewhere. It's just where they are as a... There they are. Okay, let's just take some of the higher quality ones. There we go. And let's heal all these other wounds. Wow, he took a lot of beating. I might have to wait for a healing tick. Because these ones here are bandaged but light still, like 12 damage after being bandaged. Yeah, I think these are Gland and Sage. Okay, I'm going to need a... You mean a level 5, right? Because I don't think they can go higher. This seems dangerous, doesn't it? Like, I'm at a high risk of dying here because of this. Okay, let me think here. I might have materials for level 5. Oh, you mean... Oh, not like level, but you mean like it's effective like a tier 2 and a tier 3 item. An eye and a paw. What are these ones? These are Gland, which is 5, and Sage, which is 3, so that's 15. I see, okay. So I can do that. I thought you were saying I'll need higher, but no. I need a... So people have already figured this out, eh? Like they figured out the exact... This must have taken a lot of testing. I do have paws, but hooves are 2 or 3? I can't remember. Let's take 10 of each. And I have a supreme amount of eyes in here. Well. And there's a keybind for mix, somebody was telling me, which I already put as a period. Okay. Let's bring you off the deed to be ready. Ugh. And I will grab just a bit more cotton. Because getting a 50 damage plus wound right now would not be good. And is it that you need one wound to be 50, or is it that you need all the wounds in combination to be 50? Either. Okay. Yeah, invite to spar. Yeah, exactly. But I still have 24 damage on that one. Gosh. Let's get myself healed up a little bit. Yeah, they are healing. Oh, I see. Small wounds are hard to stabilize. I see what you're saying. Right. So what you want is a bad enough wound that it stays bad, and then when you put the healing cover on it, it sort of like doesn't worsen anymore, but it's not really getting better that fast. Got it. Yep. Okay, let's say stable. Interesting. Do any of these stay stable? No, they're like healing. And they're because they're not that bad. They're only 12 or something like that. Okay, so I want to like a big hit. Let's okay, we're still sparring, it looks like. Yes. Let's just take this off for a second. See if I can get. Oh, I see. That's the problem is that I can't, and I hit him. I can't switch to up. Let's go. There we go. Okay, let's get one whack on him and then take this off. Okay, what was that? Okay, so Syndas was saying it has to say neck specifically. Okay, well, here's the thing. This is enough to test, okay? So I think in combination, examine the wound, okay? At the head. Okay, so it can't be one that's at the head. It has to be on the neck, right? Turn off auto fight. Turn off auto fight. When you examine it, it would say at the neck. Okay, so boy, this is going to take a while because like when you say turn off auto fight, you mean this one, right? Auto fight. You make the fighting moves manually. Oh boy. Okay. I'm going to use those higher quality. When you hit, we'll say neck. The on-screen display. Okay. So I almost have to get these ones to heal up before I can do this again. Otherwise, I'm going to. Where did I see that? It was down here. I mean, people actually do this, right? Like they actually spend the time. See if I can get a healing cover on that one. Boy, healing cover timers take forever. It'd be nice if I had a heal spell. But I am a Vin priest. Okay, and the other heals ticked. Yeah, I don't have a foe, unfortunately. All right, attempt number 2, or 3, or 4, or whatever we're on. Okay, we're still sparring. That's good. I'm just gonna in there. Target high. Oh, missed or parried. Okay, hard in the head. Okay, so it said in the head. How come that doesn't make sense? Oh, I see. I made the one in the head worse. That's not good. But at least I can heal it again. But that would have been like it's at 42. That I think I would have stopped there if it was in the neck. I wonder what are the chances that it hits the neck instead of the head? And honestly, why is this a thing? Like, why is this a thing? Why neck and not head? And why is this a thing? sometimes sometimes this game just makes no sense. Just get a head wound. That needs to be on the neck, not the head, exactly. And a crotch wound would reduce your body control. So is it that the neck wound reduces the effective skill of every skill? Not just channeling? I mean, I've seen people do this, talk about wound freezing. Okay, no, it reduces your channeling. So are there different wounds reduce different skills? Like you're saying the crotch will reduce your body control and, yeah, interesting. Do you know where we can find a list of those? Wonder if it's on the Wurmpedia. Where is the Wurmpedia button? Yeah, wound. I don't see it here. Need to wait for a tick. Yeah, I don't see it here on the Wurmpedia. But obviously, head injuries cause your character to have minor concussion effects, lowering effective skill of mind logic. For example, for a person who has the ability to queue 3 actions, a light bruise to the head. Okay, so head is for mind logic. Like, those ones kind of make sense to me. I kind of remember getting a wound and then not being able to command a cart at one point because you need mind logic for that. Um, the only way I can think of is there's two ways. One, you can put it on Imager and put a link in chat, or the other way is to join the Factional Fight Discord and share it there. These ones will all heal, I think, on this tick. And this one here is going to be bad for a bit. I don't know if cats, are you still here by chance? I noticed Cats has her faux priest out. Maybe she can cast Hey, Cats. Is your Does your faux priest have premium? If so, I was wondering if I can grab a heal. Nice. Are you up at the top? Okay, cool, awesome. Well, someone's got to do it. I mean, foes are pretty. All priests have their niche, powerful. But foes are pretty good. Let's see. It's been a bit since I've been up here, so I know things have changed, and I'm probably going the wrong way. I should be trying. Oh, no. Here. There. Okay, I'm in the right spot. Wow, look at all this work. How do I get through here? That reminds me, I didn't check to see the title for the 70 prayer. What is the title for 70 prayer? What's happening here? Oh, okay. Right, Mystery Lake did disband. I did. And right, somebody mining that exactly. That's exactly what's happening here. This is getting all mined down. Cats has been on this for several days now. Is it Pious? Was that the 70? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Cats. Okay, so the head wound is completely gone. Okay, nice. All right, let's try this again. All right. Oh, why does this health look half still? Okay, that's weird. Okay. Up. And true. It's not going to make a difference. I'm afraid to alt tab over. Okay. I hit him in the neck. Deadly hard. Let's see how bad it is. Not that bad. 24. Should I go for another one? Let's do one more. Okay. Oh, that was a head. Oof. Okay, that one's in the head. And that one's in the neck. Let's heal up the head one. I know I'll stop. Yeah, it's true. Although I've seen it happen. No. I'm sparring. I'm sparring. We are sparring for sure. We had to initiate the spar before I can attack, right? And this is the button here to stop sparring. I'm pretty sure that if you're sparring, the right-click target just initiates the spar. Or, right? Because let's say I was sparring somebody, and then I switch targets. Yeah, you can't just randomly attack people on PvE. Exactly. That one's like, oh! Although I could attack horses by accident. Gosh, what was I doing? Okay. All right, that should have left enough room for another head wound. Left shoulder. Left shoulder. Left shoulder is not... What? Okay, the left shoulder is part of your torso. You know, I never really looked at wounds that in depth before to notice that a wound on the torso is not necessarily a wound on the torso. Okay, let's just see here for a second. Let's do a calculation. So this neck wound here that has a 24 damage to it. What was it? 24 divided by 73. We'll reduce it by 33%. So my 75 channeling times 67%. Well, 75 times 0.67. So that makes it about 50. Yeah, attacking high only makes it more likely to attack the head or the neck or whatever. Okay, let's see. There we go. Got another neck wound. Now, will that neck wound for sure add... Whew. Yes. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's severe and worsening. And now I got an eye and a hoof. Let's treat this before I die. Okay, so... Okay. But it seems like, and I could be wrong, but it seems like if I hit the neck and then I hit the neck again, it'll just add to the neck wound. At least it's done that twice now. Like I hit the head and I hit the head again, and it... Oh, so sometimes it doesn't? Okay, interesting. One, don't fail. Okay, good. Stable. Okay, got it. Okay, here we go. All right, so a 50 damage stable neck wound. I could have left it for a while. True, but it worsens. Wouldn't it worsen? Deselect. Thank you. Anyway. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, well, my feeling is that this still puts me in a good spot anyway for opulence. Where did... Oh, gosh. Is it one of these ones? There it is. Okay. I think I put opulence on here. Okay, so let's try. Let's see what happens. Let's see what kind of skill gains I'm getting and all sorts of stuff. And while that's happening, I got a 51. I feel like I can just sacrifice, right? I haven't gotten a skill tick yet. So it's like 70%, and my skill is only 75. So times that by 30%. My effective skill is like 22. So I'm about 22 channeling right now. If I sack more than 49, the wound will heal. Really? I did not know that. Um, this doesn't feel like it's working though, because I've just cast Opulence 4 times in a row and I did not get one skill tick. Or was that 4 times in a row? It's severe? Yeah, it's severe. Oh no. Yeah. The problem. Oh yeah. Okay. So it's this one. Yeah. Severe. There's the channeling. And it's 0.006. It's 51. It's on the screen there. It's that one. So the damage is 51. It's severe. It's stable. My channeling is 75.7. So my effective channeling skill should be somewhere in the low 20s, which is like prime spot for opulence. Right? Opulence starts fading off in the mid 30s or so. Okay, I just got 2 channeling skills. I honestly don't feel like this is faster, right? Like, even with an alt sacking. Um, I'm just gonna stop this right now because I'm pretty sure I now see the whole thing. I can understand that this is a good way to go. Okay, but it's not cheaper. Well, okay, I see. It's cheaper than Vessel in the sense that the gems that I got for free, I could sell those gems for coin. And instead, and so this is what I was saying before, right? Like, because I could sell all the gems that I have, use the money that I made from selling the gems to buy favor items that I could use to sack to do something like this, let's say. But then what you're like, yeah. True. True. Gems are not an infinite resource. Like, I can see this as being something that you would do in the event. But okay, but you still need an alt. Still need a sacking alt. Let's test that. I'm curious because I didn't know that that happens. That if I sack more than, let's not do too much. Let's just do 15 of these, and that'll be more. You said more than that's more than 75 or more than 49. So you're saying if I sack this, this will heal my wound. I believe you. At 50 favor, your wounds heal. Your wound heals. Hmm. So why don't I just? Okay, so 9. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, this will not heal my wound, you're saying. So this is 47 favor. Let's just bleed this. Let's see what happens for the next little bit. Yeah, I can see this. I can see what you're saying. Like once your gems are gone, and then you're looking to increase your channeling as fast as possible for as little resources as possible. This does seem like it's working. That is very interesting that this works. And that was 3 ticks in a row right there. I mean, this might be something that I would consider doing later. It would require a battery, which is not something that I'm super keen on getting. Or at a little bit slower rate, I could just keep putting 9 of these in, casting a bunch of times, putting 9 more in, like that. And this is what you do? Wound freezing? Yeah. And do you use a an alt, like a priest battery? Yeah. I could see using a priest battery making this a lot more efficient because you don't have to stop to do this often, as often. And it's just because of how hard getting that wound was in the first place. I don't want to risk putting more in. Let's do this for a little bit. Let's just see how this goes. And I'm also curious to know how the wound will heal. Yeah, that's true. The link increases the difficulty of the spell. I do not have access to another Vin priest right now, and this does appear to be doing pretty good. I could see this being right, like wouldn't it be faster though if you did have gems? But I suppose in that case it might be more reasonable to sell those gems for coin. But then on the flip side, the more people know about this, the less that gems will be valuable. Hmm. Interesting. Right. That is true. But you would have to work on getting that priest up. Right. It'll take like a good 10 days first to make the priest. This does appear to be working pretty decently. All right, so after this round, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a bigger sack just to see what happens. I just want to verify for myself that it does that. I do trust that it does. I just want to see it with my own eyes, that it'll heal my wound. Because I actually never do that. That's actually something I could have done before to heal that wound that I wanted to heal. And does that work even if you're not a priest? Like, if I'm just a follower and I have wounds, I could just sacrifice 50 favor and heal those wounds? You have increased self wounding. Yeah. Well, what's happening there? I would try it on a non priest. Interesting. This is definitely interesting. It still begs that question, like, why is this even a thing? How is this something that got put into the game? It doesn't seem like that makes sense. That even if, like, it doesn't make sense that you get a head wound and that decreases mind logic and you get a, but who was it that thought if you get a neck wound, that let's make that decrease channeling? Right? It's like almost like a bunch of stuff in this game is like this, where there's something in it that's so slight that was put in because the person who put it in knew that they could benefit from it because they now know about it. It just seems like a little bit fishy or sneaky, because it definitely gives an advantage to those who know about this, right? Welcome to volunteer player devs, I know. Right, everyone knows if your neck hurts, you can't cast spells. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, I'm already out. Okay, so let's try this. Let's go to more than 50. Let's just do the. Let's just. I want to see it do the thing. Just make sure it's more than 50. Yeah. Oh my god! It completely healed. Like, it didn't just heal it. It just like completely healed it. Wow, that's something I never knew. Like, isn't it amazing how after so many years of playing a game, you can learn new things about it like this? Okay, it's on the wiki. But it's like, that wasn't that high value. 50 favor is not that high. And how much is healed depends on the value. Like, that just healed it 100%. It took a 51 damage wound and just completely got rid of it. Like, why aren't people using that at rifts, let's say? Yeah, and the small body. It just got rid of everything that I had. Right? Like, isn't this not like look, I've been in a situation at a rift where my health is like a sliver and I'm waiting for that heal. But now what I could do is just take 10 of these lower quality cordage ropes, pop them into and then 100% healed? Something seems fishy about that. But that's interesting. This is like opening my eyes to a bunch of different things. Right, but how long, like, you're spending all this time trying to heal your wounds. I mean, if you want to grind first aid, there's no problem grinding first aid. It might, so maybe I got lucky. Maybe it always works. It always gets rid of all your wounds. Oh, brother, there's something seems fishy about this. Oh, I have my sleep bonus still on. I'm curious to know to what extent the devs are aware of this. I'm sure that they understand that this is happening. And it would be one of those things that if they got rid of it, would be just the same as the priest-linking thing, right? Where you just cry about windows of opportunity and such, so on and so forth. I know, expect a nerf for 3 days. Exactly. I mean, it's not like the devs watched the stream anymore. It was super secret until about 2 months ago when OR updated his grinding guide with it. Okay. Okay, I haven't seen his update to his grinding guide. I'll have to go check that out. Yeah, I can imagine it was super secret though before that. But I've definitely heard people more recently talking about this. I don't know how bad it is, right? Like, because maybe it is kind of bad. It is almost as bad as the priest-linking thing, right? Like the priest-linking basically allowed you to do this and this, right? Like it's just like the priest-linking thing. Something that allows you to lower your skill or increase the difficulty or one or the other. In this case, we're lowering our skill that effectively increases the tick rate of a low casting spell. Like I'm just thinking about the problem with opulence is that it's 10 favor, right? This is why I have to sack. But if I was a foe or a libella, I would have a 5 favor spell or even mag. All the other ones. Oh no, maybe not libella. Maybe it's just foe and mag. If you're a foe or mag, there's a 5 favor spell that does the same thing that opulence does. And you don't need to sacrifice for that. You can just wait until the 5 favor regens because it's going to regen in 1 or maybe 2 ticks at most. It's still a tough grind. With priest linking, it was still a tough grind, right? Like it was still this. Like you're still, but you have to admit that without something like a low favor cast spell, it would be a lot more costly to skill up your channeling, right? Because with only 10 favor, I could sit here with a rope maker and make enough ropes that I'll never run out of ropes. At the same time as channel grinding, it would be just never ending. Like I could go on forever. But if I, let's say, did that instead with Wind of Ages or Circle of Cunning, where I'm sacrificing and casting and sacrificing and casting, I couldn't keep up with the ropes. At least currently, I couldn't keep up with the ropes. I actually know that if I had on the other server, on the old servers, if I had my rope maker there, they can keep up with the casting. Right. Well, I don't know. I've never looked at the channel grind as a silver based grind. I know some people spend a lot of money on gems for it, but my priest on the other servers have, I think their channeling's almost 95. I used vessel up to 80, and then after that I didn't vessel a gem. I only cast Circle of Cunning and Wind of Ages. And I did it by doing the thing where I'm sacking, casting. So it was 50 seconds per cycle. But now with the over sacking, it's like you can sack a whole bunch and cast. You can do this with Lurker, which is only what, 30? How much favor is Lurker? Oh, I can now do this in the game, right? Spell list. Oh, but I can't find. I have to actually scroll through here. You can do it with Lurker, which is 30. But does it show? Oh yeah, it shows everything. Thanks. Right, so I could do Lurker like this with which reduces it to 30, and that. But like if there's something like this wound thing going on here, it's almost like if it's there, you're going to use it, right? Like who wouldn't use it if you knew? I mean, the only problem is that Vin does not have a 5 mana, 5 favor spell aside from Vessel. But whereas you can imagine with a Faux Priest, you literally could do this without any sacking whatsoever and just spam Morning Fog over and over and over again. You'll have to wait one tick between each cast. Is it? What makes it harder on a foe? The wound bounces around. Oh, I see. It's really hard to keep the wound stable. Oh, is it because foes have like a healing? Yeah, they have extra healing. Let's see. It's a follower. It's one of these things. Mm-mm-mm. What was it? Maybe it wasn't this. Remember how they changed the follower? Oh wait, is it? No, this is faith, favor, and 25 passive stamina regeneration. I don't know. I don't know what would cause it, but it does sound like something that would happen. Huh. Hey, Wolfmare. Top line of the abilities: passive healing. Did I miss it? Each guy. Okay. Oh yeah, there it is. Passive healing bonus. Oh gosh, I was staring at this like, how did I miss it? Right. So it's probably because of this thing. But maybe it's like enough that you just don't put a healing cover on it, or try to use a lower healing cover. Like a 1 or a 2 or something like that. So it might just be need a little bit more fiddling around with keeping the wound stable. But because they have this passive healing bonus, it might be you just don't put a healing cover on it or something, and then randomly ticks to healing. Oh, 10 minutes. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So maybe this healing bonus is like intermittent. I guess it might take a little bit of like playing around with. I don't know. Yeah, I mean that does sound like annoying. Then I guess mags have it best, right? Because you can just cast light token with mag over and over again. You don't need to spend a single lick of favor. That is very interesting. You definitely learned something today. Let's put this horse back. I think with that, I'm going to come to an end. It is getting a bit late. I didn't realize how late it was. But yeah. Well, I'm glad that Sindus came in and mentioned it, and I'm really grateful, Musings, for you to give me all your knowledge and explain. What did you miss? You missed everything. I learned something hugely new today that I did not know before that is groundbreaking about this game. But more than likely will get patched at some point, if I had to be honest. But is it the TLDR is it turns out that specifically for channeling, if you get a neck wound, that is a head wound that is in the neck region, which first of all, that's one thing I didn't know, is that a head wound is not a head wound, like you can get a shoulder wound, but it'll show up on the torso, but when you examine it, it says it's on the shoulder. Right? I did not know this. There's different areas aside from the. So for channeling, if you get a neck wound, it reduces your effective channeling skill. Okay, so let's say my channeling right now is 75.8, but if I get a neck wound with a certain damage, it reduces my effective channeling skill by a certain percentage based on the amount of the wound. And what people are doing is they're using that in order to cast lower difficulty spells to still get channeling ticks. So I put a 51 damage wound on my neck and was casting Opulence and getting a whole bunch of channeling ticks from that. And so, yeah. Oh yeah, we always ruin it for others, yeah. Chef Pee Wee, you know. Remember, what was it? It was like a while back. It was the halter rope came out of it. I can't remember what it was. But there was a way. Oh, it was the mooring rope, right? Is that you could use a mooring rope to lead 4 animals. And then people blamed us for ruining it because we showed it on our stream. But here's the thing. I wasn't the one who broke the news to the public. It seems that this is already public knowledge. And it seems I have some reading to do. I'm going to go look at Oblivion Reaver's post. But that was listed on the wiki. Was it? I don't think so. I honestly think we found out about it and then we announced it. I'm pretty sure it wasn't us who broke the news to the devs. I'm sure the devs already knew about it. But it felt like we said it on our stream and then 2 days later they nerfed it. Pretty sure the nerf was already in place though. All right. I think I'm going to end the stream though because it's getting late and it's dinner time for me. But thank you all for coming out and hanging out. It was a lot of fun. I learned a lot and I got a lot done. I got 1.4 channeling skill, which is a good amount. Yeah, it was nice seeing you guys too. Thanks for hanging out. You guys all keep on worming, and I will see you next time. Thanks for the follow, Musings. You all have a good one.